Okay, we'll get started. Welcome to everyone. This is the conference, a Net Zero Showcase, Combating the Climate Crisis in the South West and South Wales region. Welcome to our Energy Institute membership and colleagues, and also to any non-Energy Institute members who joined us today. Really glad to have everyone with us. Just to set a little bit of context, the Energy Institute is a global membership body which spans the whole of the energy industry. It's a professional organisation for engineers and other energy-related professionals. It was formed in 2003 and has a membership of around 20,000 people and around 200 companies. So how the Energy Institute runs has a central body and also a number of branches throughout the world. And this session today is hosted by the South West and South Wales branch. My name is James Snelgrove. I'm the Honorary Secretary of the South West and South Wales branch. I work locally around the South West with an organisation called Business West and also with Innovate UK, supporting startups and high growth companies. And I was previously Innovation Programme Manager for Bristol Energy. The purpose today is to showcase some of the leading projects across the region, and we're delighted to be joined by a number of net zero leaders across 4 panels from different locations across the South West and South Wales, and they're going to give us an insight into the projects they're working on, businesses they work with, and how they're contributing to the net zero challenge across some themed panels. Thanks to the South West, South Wales branch who've given up their personal time to put this event on, and also to the support team at the Energy Institute who've helped us to do the event today. Just another minute from me. So the event runs from 10 AM to 3 PM, and you may wish to join particular panels. You should all have the agenda by now, and we hope that many of you will also be able to stay for the whole event. The format is we have a keynote with Juliet Davenport very shortly, which is going to be fantastic, and then we are followed by 4 different panels. There's net zero energy, net zero transport, net zero regions and cities, and net zero policy and management. So clearly it's a huge topic, but we've taken on the challenge of trying to look at it from lots of different angles and bring some different threads together. And look at the kind of whole system around net zero and climate change. We'll have a short break around 12:30, and there'll also be a chance to hear more about the Energy Institute membership, as well as meet some of the members of the South West and South Wales branch, and we'll wrap up about 3 PM. So we appreciate it's a long session, and please feel free to step away from your screen, have a comfort break. If you need to leave the conference for any reason, the link will still work, so you can rejoin the event using the same link and details that you've got already. Just say please do have a stretch and a move around. We don't like to think of people sitting too still all day, so please do that. We will follow up this session with some more detailed showcases, which will run as a branch. More details around that to come. If you'd like to get in contact with us, you can find our contact details at the Energy Institute website if you search for our branch and look at the Energy Institute near you. And we encourage people to tweet and share about this event today. Hashtag is SWNetZero. Just to remind everyone, the event is being recorded and will be available on the Energy Institute YouTube channel after today. We'd love people to participate in the event. So this is a Zoom webinar, which is a little bit different to Zoom meetings, but there's the opportunity to get involved and use the Q&A. So please use the Q&A box, which should be down the bottom of your screen, and the chat box if it's there as well, to say hello and also to ask questions of our panel as we go through. There's going to be an opportunity for 20 minutes or so after each panel to ask those panelists some questions and get the discussion going. And that's it from me at the moment, I think. You'll probably see me pop up throughout the day. But yeah, once again, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope you enjoy the day. And it's now for me to hand over to Juliet Davenport, who is a climate scientist, renewable pioneer, businesswoman, and environmental hard to say, entrepreneur, was the founder and CEO of Good Energy, is the Vice President of the Energy Institute. And I'd like to hand over to Juliet to unmute yourself and share your screen.
James, thank you so much for the invite, and I'll share my screen in a second, but just to say thank you very much to the EI in South Wales and South West for asking me to come and speak this morning. Obviously, my heart is in the South West. Good Energy was set up originally in the South West, and actually the South West was one of the really pioneering areas of the UK, in particularly the renewable revolution. So really wonderful to be here today. So I'm going to talk, I'm hopefully going to share my screen correctly. So if anybody's seeing the wrong screen, please do tell me, team, who's seen the right screen before. So I want to talk a little bit about how I see the system that is required to move us to combating climate change in the South Wales and South West, and actually the UK as a whole. Some of the key constituent parts that we're going to need. We've done an amazing transformation to date, but what's going to be the next steps in transformation? And what might that mean for the people, for the skills and the task force that we require to be able to deliver on zero carbon? So James very kindly gave me a quick intro background, but if I, hopefully this will now go to the right scale. If I just give you a quick heads up to Good Energy. So yeah, as James said, my background is I'm a climate scientist. I'm a physicist by training, and I got interested in climate science. When you study climate science, you see climate change is a major issue. And obviously the energy sector was an obvious choice to go into to try and do something about that. At the time, this was sort of early 90s, there were very few renewable energy companies around, which is one of the reasons I ended up setting up Good Energy with support from a German entrepreneur as well. But what was fascinating at the time was that renewable energy was only 2%, and most of that was large scale hydro. And if you actually talk to anybody, so at the time we got some funding from Germany, but we then had to try and go and fund ourselves via third parties in the UK. And we went out to traditional sources, went to the city, went to some of the venture capitalists, and nobody would believe in this future vision. And that was reasonable at the time. There was very little renewables, and people doubted the potential for green energy. What's fascinating is that 20 years has made such a major transformation. So it's gone from sort of 2% to nearly 42% of all our electricity in here in the UK. It's a major industry in many different forms. It's quite decentralized. So the Southwest has its good fair share of renewable energy. And it's really now taking a lead in terms of what is going to be part of the transformation going forwards. And I think the hydrogen strategy has just been announced. We were talking about that this morning. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but obviously hydrogen, part of hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen, is going to need renewables to be able to create the green hydrogen for the future. So renewables still has a long journey to go. So in terms of Good itself, it's got about 250 staff based in Chippenham. Chippenham has transformed itself, in fact, during that period. And I think the whole of the Southwest has now become a regional hub for people, for the energy industry, whether it's Bristol, Swindon, Chippenham. There are a significant number of renewable energy companies in the Southwest. So if we then go to what my vision of the urgency of net zero is, and what the key things that we need to think about, I think of it through 5 pillars. So if what we know is a lot of the innovation and change we see today that we're delivering in terms of renewable technologies today was actually invested in sort of 10, 20 years ago in terms of the original R&D and innovation side. So we need to be thinking about what research and innovation, and James, I sit on the Council of Innovate UK. I think it's incredibly important where we spend our money in innovation in the UK today, because that will affect 10 years hence. The next piece is infrastructure. So what infrastructure, i.e. what power lines? So we've got 3 core infrastructure systems. One is our power system, one is our gas system, and one is our transport system. So those were all built in a high carbon world. So we had large scale fossil centralized power stations with electrical grid to deliver. We had a gas network that was connected to the majority of households in the UK. And we had a road system that was really centralized around petrol stations and fossil side. So all of that is going to have to shift. And that's going to be both the infrastructure, but also the types of power stations, the types of actual generation that we're going to be used along the way. The next piece is regulation. So our regulation we got about was really set up around a high carbon world, and sort of saw that things like gas plant would set the marginal cost of electricity, gas would be the major fuel in our heating system, and obviously oil prices significantly affected the cost of our transport. And then consumer was always thought of, we've thought traditionally about consumer in terms of price. But I think going forwards, consumer is going to become an increasingly important part of this. Whether you look at the Climate Change Committee report, which talks about consumer being a really important part of this next stage of transformation, or you look at the IEA report that also talks about this, consumer is going to be the next piece that we need to think about in this transformation. And then finally, skills. We're going to need the right people in the right jobs to be able to deliver on this. And that is going to be really important, and sometimes forgotten. Now, one piece I see throughout the whole of this, and that's for anybody who wants to pick the one area that I haven't touched on, is finance. So for me, finance underpins all of these areas and is really important to actually deliver long-term climate change reduction. So if I touch first on research and innovation. So the UK spends about nearly 2% of its GDP on R&D. If we look at sort of where are those sections and where have we looked at spending that? If we look at the last, I think it's 10 years, the majority has gone on pharmaceuticals. Not that surprising. We know we have a big investment in pharmaceuticals. Automobile is 3.8 million, which is another significant area, and aerospace has been a significant area. By contrast, energy is down at 0.2. It's really at the bottom. In fact, I think food and beverages spent more than energy on innovation in that time. I think it spent about 0.4 billion. So my view is that we can't actually accelerate this process until we really see this spend change. And whether that's about energy companies realizing that innovation needs to be a major part of their budget, but also whether we need to make sure that organizations like Innovate UK are really targeting some of these areas and looking at the outcomes that we need to be delivering in terms of change and innovation in the next 2 years. I mean, for example, one of the projects that we completed recently, which was looking at a vehicle to grid, that was looking at, so vehicle to grid is where you plug in a car in somebody's home and you use the charge in the battery to support the grid at times of either fast frequency response or downtime. And what we worked out is that if you could put a system in place that would allow those small individual inputs to be coordinated across the UK, you could save households up to £300 a year by them being part of the energy system and in fact part of that infrastructure system. So these are the kind of changes and thoughts that we need to be thinking through on innovation and R&D process. Then if we look at infrastructure, I think one of the biggest issues for me is that we've got 80% of British homes are connected to the gas grid. And we're going to have to think about very carefully, obviously, what role does hydrogen play in that? But what role do new technologies play in that as well? And I think we've got to think really hard about what that looks like. And then how do we actually integrate electric vehicles, green gas and other clean technologies into this grid? And that's going to be, I think, one of the biggest challenges. The heat sector is going to be one of the biggest challenges in the UK. And we're going to have to think very hard about, one, what some of the policy areas are to support this, but two, how can we get the most out of the existing networks that we already have? And I think this is a really big challenge, and actually one the Southwest is interestingly, because traditionally the Southwest has not had as much interconnection with things like the gas grid. In fact, a lot of households are off gas grid in the Southwest and in parts of South Wales as well. So maybe it's an area of innovation and testing that we can use new technology to see what the alternatives are. if we then look at the regulation, so the regulation that was brought up in the UK, particularly, I think the electricity market is really the most regulated part of our energy system. There's about 11,000 pages of rules in there. And do we need to take a step back and think, if we can create the markets to shift the whole system towards net zero, what do those marketplaces look like? Today, what we see is that there are some times in the day where we're getting negative prices coming through in the electricity market, which starts to encourage people to think about, oh, well, could I actually switch on during certain parts when there's too much power in the system? And particularly with a renewable system where you've got wind and solar, which is predictable but variable, and doesn't necessarily show up when you need it. That is going to be a really interesting step forward, is how does the regulation actually simplify it in a way that we can see the right economic messages getting through to at a consumer level to be able to facilitate new propositions and products and services coming through. And I think this is one of the areas I know that there's some research and innovation funding looking at today, because if we phase out all gas plants, then we're not going to have a marginal cost of the electricity being set by gas. So what will it set by? And I think these are some of the difficult problems that we're trying to work through at the moment, to create a system that will create the right financial incentives for people to invest in the right technologies going forwards. Consumer, when I first entered the energy market, consumer was very much forgotten. And it was, when I used to sit on the board of Energy UK, which was representing the sort of big suppliers in the UK. And most of the CEOs would talk about meters, and they would talk about delivering power to a meter. And actually what was on the other side of that meter, the consumer, was really not thought about. And what was fascinating is that I think the consumer is going to be a major part of this next step. Understanding is what is going on the other side of the meter, and that the household or the businesses are as much as part of the infrastructure of our energy system as the pipes and the wires, is an important step forward. I think Good Energy just produced a report called Renewable Nation, which basically says that you can deliver a lot more renewables if you invest significantly in energy efficiency, and you actually find a way to roll out energy efficiency en masse at scale. Because actually, by reducing the amount of power that most of these sites need, you can then use the power that they are using much more effectively. But also, one of the things, if consumers are going to be part of this market, we need to be very careful that they're protected. Traditionally, the regulator is really projected from a price point of view. If people are going to make claims and want to invest in things because it's green, because they want to do their bit as far as climate change is concerned, we need to make sure that they're really, truly protected, and the products that they're buying are really, really as green as they think they are. And I think that is going to be an increasing role that we see coming through. And I hope to be part of it in a role that I'm going to be playing next year, to make sure that consumers are protected. The next thing is obviously skills. Now, the UK has a skills shortage and has historically low productivity rates right now. I think National Grid estimates there could be nearly 400,000 new recruits that are going to be needed in this industry. The recent report by the Green Jobs Task Force is highlighting where different jobs might be needed and what regions they might be needed in. And I think this is going to be a real challenge, because a lot of those are going to be in the STEM subjects, although other areas are going to be important, but STEM is going to be important. And are we actually going to be able to deliver the number of jobs that can then deliver the industries that we need? And if we look at the Southwest and Wales in this particular calculation, nearly a fifth of those jobs are going to be in this region. So we are incredibly important in that, and we need to be thinking about how do we make sure as a region that we set ourselves up for success in this future world where we're going to have to create more jobs to deliver zero carbon. And finally, sort of, what do EI members think in terms of this? So, I mean, it's sort of, Good Energy obviously has been a renewable advocate for years, has been climate change advocate for years. But I think we actually need to be thinking about the wider industry and the believability of some of the targets. So I think nearly 85% of EI members think that the UK will fail to hit the 2050 target, which is a little bit depressing in some ways, because if we do fail to hit that, then obviously the recent IPCC report and some of the dramatic scenes that we've seen in places like Athens and Germany in terms of flooding are just the beginning of what we will see in terms of the change to our climate. However, what is good, and I guess, is 76% of renewables as a support renewables as a low carbon solution. And for me, the reason I actually was completely agnostic to technologies, the reason I like renewables is, one, it's localized, so it delivers locally, it delivers jobs locally. Two, if we discover the new wonder energy technology of the future, you can just take it down and put it somewhere else. It has very little footprint longer term. And three, right now, it's the cheapest form of energy delivery. And although it has its challenges because it's variable, those are challenges that are, well, maybe as a scientist, I'm fascinated to be able to try and fix and to work out how we build an energy system around that. There are 43% of people who still want to build new gas power plants, but I think that is becoming less and less likely, just looking at the acceptability of burning gas in a world where we're seeing such change. I think one of the things we are seeing, and I think is important for government and industry to build the skilled workforce of the future. And the Green Jobs Task Force has published its report, I think, about a month ago. The Energy Institute did input into that in depth. And I think there is a real opportunity now to continue to push government and to support that workforce to really help to think about what that workforce of the future looks like. And in terms of everybody wants a stable energy policy, one of the things I think at the moment is that it's very difficult to build an energy policy longer term because we don't have all the technological answers yet. And there are loads of different scenarios. So I think we can build on a stability around the energy policy, but I don't think you will have a yes and no answer. I think one of the reasons why Good did its own report is we wanted to see how many heat pumps you would need, what does hydrogen look like, what does carbon capture and storage look like, and what do renewables look like when you push the edges. And I think actually the more reports that are done to really think about what is the potential, rather than just looking to government to do their own report, is really important, because what it means is that you can see all the different opportunities before you get stuck on one. So on that note, I will finish there and hand to Flora. Flora, I hope I haven't gone over too long. If anybody is interested in the Renewables Nation report, you can download it from the Good Energy website, or I'm really happy to send people a copy if they're interested. It's, as I said, it takes a very specific view from renewable future, but it shows what can be done and what are the interesting dynamics. And for me, that's what scenario modeling is all about.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Juliet. That's very much appreciated. Thanks for your time this morning. It's very nice to hear your thoughts and ideas. So thank you. Next up, we have the Net Zero Energy Panel, and I'll be your host on this for today. And I guess to give you a bit of background on myself, I'm a senior energy consultant at CR+. CR+ is a small engineering consultancy based in South Wales and the Midlands, and we sort of focus on implementing decarbonisation solutions, as well as assisting with strategic vision. One of my main roles currently is project managing the South Wales Industrial Cluster Plan, the project which will be touched on a bit later in this panel. But I've been part of the Energy Institute South Wales and South West branch for a number of years now, beginning with the Young Professionals Network in Cardiff and more recently in the wider branch. So today I'm hosting the Net Zero Energy Panel, and we've got three really interesting panelists. We've got Atia Adres from National Grid, we've got Chris Williams from Industry Wales, representing the South Wales Industrial Cluster, and we've got Steve Keating from Pembrokeshire County Council. And together, these three speakers will give us a flavour of some of the really interesting projects that are going on in this region, helping to move towards net zero energy. So Atiya, if I don't mind asking you to share your slides, I'll give you a quick introduction. So Dr. Atiya Adres is the National Grid and Electricity Transmission Whole Systems Portfolio Lead. Her role is focused on developing the whole system, NIA project strategy, developing ideas and delivering projects to facilitate cost-effective and secure decarbonisation of GB energy system using whole system analysis approaches. And I can see you're sharing information on the 0-2050 project. So I'll hand over to you if you don't mind. And yeah, that'd be lovely.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Flora, for the introduction and having me on this panel session. So in these 10 minutes, I will summarize the highlights of the project 0-2050. It was very interesting and exciting project. Okay, so first of all, I will give the quick overview of the project. Then we will look at the findings of this project and what are the implications of the finding. And finally, we'll look at the conclusions drawn in this project. So 0-2050 is a highly collaborative project to enable processes and methods to identify pathways to meet net zero target for the whole energy system in South Wales, rather than looking at the separate segments of the system in isolation. This project, it includes the whole energy system in South Wales, comprising electricity, heat, and transport. Geographically, it covered 14 local authority areas in South Wales. So the primary aim of the project was to identify up to 4 credible decarbonisation pathways to net zero for the energy system in South Wales, to inform National Grid electricity transmission, National Grid gas transmission, Wales and West Utilities, and Western Power Distribution of their investment choices, Welsh Government and local authorities for their future policy choices, and investment options available for businesses in South Wales, other interventions that might be needed to achieve net zero target. The second aim of the project was to collect the evidence needed to support these decisions, and this evidence should provide the understanding of impact of the pathways across the system and on the wider society. Understanding of the uncertainties of the assumptions and the possibility of any mitigation strategies. The third aim of the project was to test, of course, the methodologies for a collaborative decarbonisation model at a system level across South Wales. 0-2050 brought together expertise from Europe, digital engineering, Cardiff University, Burns and McDonnell, BMT, CR+, Progress Energy, and Region across 11 work packages. National Grid electricity transmission, National Grid gas transmission, Western Power Distribution, Welsh Government, BEIS, Tata Steel, Siemens, and Welsh Water. They made a very strong steering committee of this project. They provided continuous direction in this project and input. They were also a part of the project board. Now we'll quickly summarize the approach adopted in this project and the work packages. The work packages in this project were distributed into 4 streams. The first stream look at the what would be the energy generation portfolio in South Wales in 2050. The work packages in the second stream look at the what would be the energy demand in South Wales in 2050. And the third stream look at the networks. What are the networks needed and what are the upgrades, reinforcement required to supply energy in South Wales in 2050. And the fourth work stream was focused on modeling, analysis, and verification of the models to give us a glimpse of the future energy system outlook. In this project, we developed 3 future energy demand scenarios. And in these 3 future demand scenarios, 4 sensitivities were tested. First sensitivity assumed that the decarbonisation of heat is achieved through electricity. And the second sensitivity assumed that the decarbonization is mainly achieved through hydrogen. And the sensitivity 3 is put a limit on the hydrogen storage capacity in South Wales. And sensitivity 4 assumed that there is no wind for 5 days. And based on this one, we came up with a wide variety of cases, and a large variety of cases simulated to explore the major sensitivities in the model output. And it was very interesting to see that there were a few consistent elements throughout all the cases. And if we look at these consistent elements which are consistent throughout the cases, it can give us the look of a South Wales system in 2050. In this work, we came up that actually the future energy generation in South Wales will be mainly dominated by onshore wind and solar. It will be backed up by dispatchable power and import. The decarbonization of heating sector in South Wales have two important features. First, that the domestic and the commercial properties, they have achieved high energy efficiency, and mostly the heat will be provided by a combination of hydrogen and electricity. So we will have hydrogen boilers, hybrid boilers, and also heat pumps. And decarbonization of industrial energy demand will be achieved by switching the fuel to electricity and hydrogen. So it will increase the demand of electricity and hydrogen, and it will reduce the demand of natural gas. Decarbonization of transport, that will increase the demand of electricity, particularly for cars, which are the biggest proportion, but there will be a range of fuel sources for the other transport modes. So in all these cases, if we look at the least regret measurements, then we can come up with the measures or the actions which we should be taking in all the cases in order to achieve the target in 2050. So what are those measures? So in this one, we would say that we should be increasing the capacity of onshore wind and solar in all the cases if we want to achieve a net zero target. And also offshore wind could play a role depending on the location. It is very essential in all the cases to develop a major residential retrofit program and an effective heat pump supply chain. It is also pivotal to have schemes to incentivize commercial and industrial energy efficiency. We should consider or encourage the opportunities for the industry co-location and circular economy. We should also develop methods and approaches to decarbonize the industrial supply. We should have pilot projects for hydrogen production from both autothermal reforming and electrolysis. There should be projects work that should be investigating hydrogen salt cavern storage in UK, and also looking at the associated gas network upgrades to carry this hydrogen. We should be having a coordinated delivery of electric vehicle charge out rollout. Sorry, a coordinated delivery of electric vehicle charging rollout. And now I will finally summarize the conclusion of these projects. So the comprehensive analysis performed in this work adds to the growing evidence that addresses the challenges to meet the net zero target, and also the solutions which are needed to meet this target. This project identified decarbonization pathways for the whole energy system in South Wales, and it also proposed low regret measurements that can pace up the transition to net zero to meet the target in 2050. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Atia. That's very useful. So just a reminder to everyone, there is a Q&A section at the bottom of your screen where you can ask questions to any of these panelists, and we'll come to a Q&A session after the end of the three speakers. Thank you, Atina. So moving on, next, Chris, if you don't mind sharing your screen, I'll give you a quick introduction. So Dr. Chris Williams he's currently seconded from Tata Steel to be the head of industrial decarbonisation at Industry Wales. Chris has 30 years of experience in the steel industry, and his secondment into Industry Wales is to lead the South Wales Industrial Cluster, so SWIC. SWIC is a group of major industrial companies in the region stretching from the Pembrokeshire coast all the way to the Severn Bridge. And today he's going to be giving us a bit of an overview on SWIC. So Chris, I'll hand over to you.
Hi, just a quick, hi Flora, thank you. Just a quick check, you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah, Chris Williams, thanks for the introduction, Flora, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. 10 minutes, I'll start my stopwatch now. As Flora said, industrial clusters came really out of BEIS and a lot of work BEIS were doing with industries, particularly the difficult to decarbonise industries, steel, cement, chemicals. Industries that, when you look at fuel switching, you look at all sorts of ways to decarbonise, you really struggle to come up with ways that maybe they still won't emit CO2. Also identified then that those industries are typically in industrial regions in the UK, which are what's shown in the green dots. South Wales on the bottom left is the second largest CO2 emitting industrial region in the UK, mainly because it's got a steelworks and an oil refinery. It was the Humber, which is the biggest. It's got a steelworks and 2 oil refineries, and the others are based around chemicals and oil refining as well. On the right-hand side is the slide from the diagram from the industrial decarbonisation strategy showing the carbon capture storage capabilities in the UK. And I think from the Southwest and South Wales perspective, the important thing to note is that the stores are all up north. So if we've got industries, if we've got manufacturing, if we've got power generation, that will need CCS, then we're going to need to explore how we carbon capture store up the north of the UK effectively, or potentially with Ireland, but from the UK perspective, from the north of the UK. There are obviously studies going on inland storage, etc., but at the moment the only known storage is undersea and up north, as shown on the slide. So the south of the UK needs to be working together on understanding its options to make sure it can keep up with the north of the UK. If you look at the 10-point plan, then those CCS stores are going to be operating by 2030. So in the north of the UK, you're going to be able to make things in a net zero way by 2030. In the south of the UK, you will not. So there's a race started and lots of good work being done to try and understand those options. So I'll go through those in terms of the South Wales Industrial Cluster, but obviously we're very conscious of the fact we need to be working with the southwest of the UK as well. So in South Wales, as I mentioned earlier, we've got steel, cement, chemicals, general manufacturing, paper mills, food, drink, beverages, insulation, making up around about 10 million tonnes a year of CO2 from industry and around about 6 million tonnes a year from power. The last coal-fired power station closed a few years ago. We have got gas CCGTs, so we're trying to understand and work with those on supplying us the low carbon power we're going to need in the future. So in South Wales, sort of boundary here, we know we've got huge LNG import terminals from Milford Haven. We know we've got huge tidal range. We know we've got growing onshore and offshore renewables capabilities, as Anita showed. So how do we decarbonise our manufacturing base with those opportunities and that challenge, i.e. no local geological storage, and we have to potentially explore shipping of CO2 up to the north. So we formed as a sort of informal steering group. We almost started off as a community project with Chris from Tata, Steve from Valero, Catherine from Rockpool, and we came together to say, right, how are we going to sort of pull together and steer our regional corporates and our region into an area where our corporates are going to want to continue to invest and turn South Wales into an exciting net zero manufacturing hub of the future. So we came together, we had our first meeting in January 14th, 68 people turned up, 38 different companies. We all agreed we wanted to come together We wanted to develop that net zero future, and we've developed on from that. We have a small steering team. We've applied for funding, as Flora said. CR Plus are leading the cluster plan for us, which is 2 years of Innovate UK support in parallel to the other clusters. And I know it might come across as it's a competition. Actually, the multi-clusters, the group of clusters that are there do work quite well together in sort of sharing and learning information between us. So Humberside, Teesside, Scotland, the Northwest and South Wales, and now the Black Country as well. We do meet every other month and talk through the challenges and opportunities we've got, particularly with some of the pillars that Juliet's got, some of the underlying foundations that we know we're all going to need. So research, innovation, infrastructure, regulatory, skills, and of course finance. Then working together as a group of clusters, we can start to hopefully influence and develop our way forward. The other project I'm going to mention is what's known as the deployment project, which again, the other clusters were successful in winning as well. And this is more about doing engineering studies, maybe a little bit of CapEx, but it's mainly engineering studies to take us up to some final investment decision around about 2025, around that sort of period. So within the cluster plan, we came together as industries with power generators, renewables, and gas and bio and renewables, but also then in terms of infrastructure providers, National Grid, Wales and West Utilities, Western Power Distribution, and also developers in terms of helping us understand what carbon capture and storage would look like. So if we look at each individual factory, let's say a biscuit factory, we look at, okay, how are we going to get you to net zero? Obviously, we've got energy and resource efficiency, investigation, studies, developments, projects we can look. And we've got industrial energy transformation funding, we've got transforming foundation industries funding, and there's other mechanisms now which can help you transform the payback and help you implement energy and resource efficiency projects. Then we start to understand fuel switching. Okay, if we were combusting natural gas at the moment, how can we move that to electrification, hopefully, but with the highest electricity price in Europe, would you want to go that way? Hopefully we will, and hopefully the government will do something around that pricing structure. Or will it be hydrogen, or will it maybe be a biogas of some kind? Then we look at point 3 in terms of smart networks, and that's really sort of term we're using for symbiosis, so district heating from industrial waste heat, aquaponics, agri-tech, new businesses, new developments, what clean growth opportunities, what investments can we bring in around the wastes from our existing and developing industries. Then if we're still emitting carbon dioxide, what carbon capture utilization technologies can we employ? Could we recycle that CO2 back into the process? Could we turn that CO2 into algae for fish food or chemicals? Or can we ferment the CO2 for sustainable aviation fuel or more chemical feedstocks? What are the options there? And last but not least, if we really have to, in terms of what does CCS look like, so carbon capture storage, and how do we take it away from that factory? So those different factories, obviously geographically, are very far spread. So really, those factories really struggle to make that decision on their own, which is why it's so important we work with the infrastructure providers and we work with the energy supply companies. So there's no point that biscuit factory looking at hydrogen conversion if A, it can't get the hydrogen to it, or B, maybe it can't make it itself because it can't get enough grid capability for green hydrogen make. So it becomes a team effort where you've got the different industries understanding their options, working with the infrastructure providers and the power suppliers and the CCS developers and the hydrogen supply proposals that we'll develop and build through. We've broken ourselves down into mini clusters underneath the main cluster. It all, of course, works in parallel then in terms of policies and financials. So the subsidy mechanisms, the business models that BEIS are developing, that, of course, will define the economics, which will help define which option each individual factory needs, which will help the infrastructure provider know what it needs to do, and it will help the energy provider then understand how much energy it's going to need to supply in terms of hydrogen, low carbon power and CCS. So that's what we're doing with Cluster Plan. With a deployment project, we're very much going through some set and defined engineering studies for mass blue hydrogen make in Milford Haven, some green hydrogen make as well, green hydrogen electrical generation, fuel switching for some of our industries, a mix of sort of ammonia and explorations around that. We've got, for example, Lightsource BP are partnered within us in terms of the ammonia, solar, wind, green hydrogen capabilities. We've got Pembroke Power Station with RWE rather, with its Pembroke Net Zero Centre, exploring hydrogen conversion, exploring CCS, exploring green hydrogen make, and really understanding how you get that sort of systems of systems approach as an energy provider to supply industry and other sectors, of course, with what it needs. Working with Marine Energy Wales then in terms of understanding the capability of wave, tidal and offshore, and of course tying in closely with Southwest again then in understanding that capability. In terms of tidal, really understanding the impact and how that comes forward and develops into the green hydrogen capabilities for the area. As Atia said, in terms of onshore renewables, helping and working with developers in helping them understand the demand. Then we look at other energy supplies in terms of energy from waste plants with Viridor, with Uskmouth with its conversion. And of course, we've got biomass plants as well. Then in terms of nitrogen, you've got National Grid, gas distribution working on a UK hydrogen backbone. So how do we as South Wales and the Southwest fit into that strategy? And it helps us show our position within the UK, and it helps how we can then look wider than our own region and help the Midlands, help the areas that are not coastal decarbonise as well. So we start to develop that sort of overall vision for South Wales, with maybe us being a hydrogen gateway. We import at the moment 20-30% of UK natural gas comes in through South Wales. So, you know, again, a really good opportunity to link in with the South Wales and develop that overall regional hydrogen strategy. And on that point, I'll finish at 11 minutes, sorry, and hand over to Steve.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Chris. So yeah, as you mentioned, we've got Steve next. Steve, if you can share your slides, I'll give you a quick introduction. So Steve Keating is the Sustainable Development and Energy Manager at Pembrokeshire County Council. Steve is tasked with the decarbonisation of the council's estate and assets, and he's developing a clear plan for a route towards being a net zero carbon local authority by 2030. This approach is backed by the council in July 2019, followed by the declaration of the climate emergency, and they seek to expand their decarbonisation efforts in heating, transport, electricity systems and infrastructure. So I believe you're giving us an overview of the Milford Haven Energy Kingdom project, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Flora. Hello, everybody. Really good that we've had a real good national view from Atia, and then Chris has come in with the regional view of South Wales. And I'm happy now to talk about the Milford Haven Energy Kingdom project, which gives an even more focused view around the Milford Haven waterway in southwest Wales. So what is the Energy Kingdom project? It's funded by Innovate UK from their Prospering from the Energy Revolution Fund, and it's a detailed design project looking to complete next year. It's £4.5 million in total, and we're all about exploring what a decarbonised hydrogen and renewable energy-based smart local energy system could look like around the waterway. So we're gathering insights around the whole energy system around the waterway, and we're going to identify a smart local energy system. And it's really important to note this is all about the whole energy system approach, looking at the buildings industry, transport, all backed by comprehensive energy systems architecture as well. So we'll be mapping out local and planned renewable energy and gas, and noting that down how it fits into the system. We'll be trialling a couple of demonstrators as well, which I'll talk about in a moment, around hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles and a hybrid hydrogen ready heating system. So just for the background, Milford Haven, that's an overview, a bird's eye view of the haven itself, the south bank to the left, the north bank to the right. Heavily industrialised as well as being an area of outstanding natural beauty. It brings in nearly 25% of UK energy imports, largely fossil fuel based at the moment, but it has the opportunity to transition into the renewable economy. I won't go through every bit of infrastructure. You can see them there, and the slides will be shared afterwards, but important to say there's a massive potential future contributor there offshore, with floating offshore wind, tidal and wave energy, which is a huge focal point for the area as well. Massive amount of jobs are employed in this industry, a huge supply chain, and they all have this opportunity now to transition. Again, another geographical overview there of the haven. I think it's the second or third deepest natural harbour on the planet, hence why it's been very good for bringing in the big ships for liquefied natural gas and oil over the years. But the infrastructure is there. We have connections into all the gas grids, the electricity grids, petroleum grids, but they can morph into connections into, for example, hydrogen gas grid, renewable electricity grids. That's the project team. So Pembrokeshire County Council, we're leading. We're very well supported by Offshore Renewable Energy Catapult, bringing all their knowledge of that arena and project managing then our other partners, Wales and West Utilities, River Simple, who produced the hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle, Port of Milford Haven, who manage the guardians of the waterway, Energy Systems Catapult, who are great at doing the systems architecture work for us, and Arup, who are wide-ranging, very knowledgeable consultancy in this area. Then we've got good support from some really important players in the area, particularly important to have the community on board, with Community Energy Pembrokeshire, Wales, Western Power, obviously, Welsh Government themselves, then RWE, who operate the major power station. I think it's the UK's biggest combined cycle gas turbine power station, and Simply Blue Energy, who are heavily into floating offshore wind. So the graphic there on the left shows what could be really with a whole energy system based around renewable electricity generation and green hydrogen production. So we have all the onshore and offshore potential, and we electrolyze that, running electric current through water to split hydrogen from oxygen, take the hydrogen and use that hydrogen really across the whole energy system. It's versatile once we've actually got the hydrogen separated. So it can be traded and shipped as a commodity. It can be stored to balance grids and heating systems. It can be used domestically for cooking, for heating. It can be used in transport, in fuel cell electric vehicles, or indeed combusted in a combustion engine. And it can be used for power generation. It can be used in industrial applications as well. So our project intends to provide a detailed design blueprint around an investable and locally based hydrogen and renewable energy system. These are the outputs, a bit wordy, so I won't labour this slide. All the slides will be shared afterwards, like I say, to get the more detail. But we'll be designing a trading platform. Energy Systems Catapult have completed a large amount of work on that now. And we'll be producing outline drawings, generation model and hydrogen production model, mapping out all existing and planned infrastructure in the local area. We'll be carrying out the demo projects, which I'll talk about in a moment, and then outline drawings for transport solutions as well, and where we could look to switch to hydrogen fuel, perhaps firstly in the larger vehicles such as lorries and buses, potentially trains. And we'll be producing a budget for this local energy system with all the sizing calculations and schedule. We're also, as we go along, we're identifying regulatory hurdles and challenges and trying to work with government to move those blockers aside. Brief word on systems architecture and what it is. It's all about joining up the system, the energy system. Obviously, we have generation, transmission, distribution, we have gas, we have electricity, we have transport. It's about bringing all of these together and breaking down the silos and joining them up. Hydrogen, like I've mentioned, can be used across all these different vectors. So we need to join up these physical requirements and then also ally that with policy, market systems and digital systems. The Energy System Catapult work is near completion now. It's been really interesting, and they've been designing a trading platform, the first ever attempt to design a trading platform for hydrogen in the UK at both local and national levels. And they're also carrying out a study of speaking with consumers about how we look at switching to a hydrogen economy and get that consumer insight as well. So that'll be really interesting once that's completed. The kickoff for the project was a Welsh Government funded project in Milford Waterfront, where we were asked to come up with a zero carbon area proposal. The solar farm at the sort of number one there, 5 megawatts, and this seemed a really natural place to do it because a good mix of consumers and off-takers with residential, retail, the fishing industry and their ice storage, hotels and commercial. And so largely it was looked at as renewable electricity, but also how could we use that renewable electricity and perhaps use it in other systems such as fuel cells or use it for hydrogen production. So that was our catalyst. Out of that came the Energy Kingdom project. Energy Kingdom, just reflection really of the historical nature of the haven in the energy market. And we looked on a more regional basis then. We looked haven-wide rather than just the waterfront. But it is here at the waterfront we'll be doing our 2 demonstrator projects with the hydrogen refueler with electrolyzer and the hybrid heat pump and hydrogen-ready boiler system. So that's the car we'll be using. So we're building a hydrogen electrolyzer. It's actually built now, and a refueler. And the River Simple are a Welsh company based in Powys, and they produce this hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle. Super lightweight, real wonder of engineering really. A lot of ex-Formula 1 engineers work for River Simple, and we'll have 2 of these cars using our refueler, and they'll be replicating some of the council journeys that our highways guys do. They'll be used for local NHS duties with the healthcare workers, and they'll be used by the Port Authority as well. We'll be taking them out to schools as well to demonstrate the technology. But as these drive, they'll be collecting loads of telemetry data and giving us data on their fuel used, their miles driven, topography, emissions equivalent, and we can then compare that to what petrol and diesel could do. And we think we'll have a very good argument for these vehicles. Because they're so lightweight, the Raza can go 300 miles on just 1.5 kilos of hydrogen, which means that our electrolyzer can be smaller and therefore cost less. So we've got 2 what would be considered micro electrolyzers that produce 2 kilos of hydrogen a day for us. That gives us 400 miles of range in a Raza, so quite significant really. We think it'll cost around 15 to 20 pounds to actually produce that fuel. So that's the cost of motoring for 400 miles. Taking the capex element out of it, which is significant for electrolyzers, but hopefully economies of scale as more electrolyzers are deployed, we'll see that cost come down. So we can refuel at 350 bar, which suits the Raza, and it's designed around that Raza car, this system. So it'll be really interesting. We're up and running now. We just need to do a bit of health and safety stuff to get the fencing up to stop people jumping all over the units, and then we can get the cars out on the road. That's the hybrid heating demonstrator schematic. So air source heat pump combined with a hydrogen ready boiler that's been provided to us by Worcester Bosch. The Samsung heat pump will use the renewable electricity when it's available. When it's super cold or when hydrogen is available and renewable electricity isn't available because of intermittent, perhaps wind farms not performing, then the gas can kick back in. Currently it's connected to the national grid gas system, so it's using methane, but the potential here is that we can run this boiler using our electrolyzed hydrogen at the waterfront, and we intend to do that in a number of tests and field trials with 100% pure hydrogen through this boiler. We'll also be doing some grid signal tests during the winter to integrate this with when renewable electricity is cheap, when gas is cheaper, when carbon is lowest in the electricity delivery system or the gas delivery system indeed, if we've got hydrogen. And we'll be using intelligent controls to make the system perform at the optimum. The beauty of the hybrid system obviously being you're not reliant on solely electricity or gas. You have the potential to use both, which could be important in the whole energy system approach. The project's also got some sort of more regional investable propositions emerging around Harford West, Milford Haven and in Pembroke. I won't go into detail on them now, they're still under scrutiny. We're still carrying out business analysis on them, but they're based around a large new food park that could potentially take hydrogen and renewable electricity, and in Milford Haven around the waterfront and zero carbon area there, and in Pembroke around a cluster of buildings and transport hubs that could benefit from the whole systems approach of renewable electricity and hydrogen. Then longer term, on the more regional and bigger focus, we're looking at mapping out to 2050. What can it look like for a renewable energy and hydrogen system? There's massive potential for floating offshore wind which is listed as flow there in the Celtic Sea. I think UK peak electricity consumption is around 70 gigawatt at the moment. There's thinking that floating offshore wind could generate 50 gigawatt at peak in the Celtic Sea, of which around 10 is deliverable by the mid-2030s. So there's a huge amount of interest in the Celtic Sea and floating offshore wind at the moment from some major companies out there. So once we have that renewable power, then we potentially have a surplus of renewable electricity. And that's where we could see the cost of green hydrogen come down if we can make use of potentially surplus power for electrolysis. I'm definitely not going to go into detail on this one, but this is work in progress again. Arup are mapping out all of the local infrastructure in terms of blue hydrogen and CO2 capture and the what could be and where we could use it in the whole energy system. And similarly, they're doing a similar exercise around green hydrogen. Both systems highly likely to run concurrently, and we've seen from the UK's hydrogen strategy that's been published today that government are looking to run blue hydrogen with carbon capture and storage and green hydrogen production concurrently. It's going to be super important to get a standard for both. You know, we need to have a standard around what exactly is green hydrogen. It's obviously got to be from renewable electricity. And what exactly is blue hydrogen? What does that mean? We need some standards around that so we can have a definite knowledge of what where each gas is coming from. This is a concept from Wales and West Utilities. So this gives a really good regional view of South Wales and into the southwest of Bristol City Gate there, where there's some salt cavern storage potentially to capture and store carbon. But this is all about how could we look long term at the bigger trading and moving about of hydrogen. And you can see there's huge potential for these city gates where we can take hydrogen in and out, generate hydrogen, produce hydrogen, and use it in the whole transport system. And importantly, because this is a Wales and Southwest seminar, we can see how that can link across to Southwest England. One of the preferred solutions for moving hydrogen about is probably through shipping and use of ammonia. Ammonia being nitrogen and 3 parts hydrogen, much easier to liquefy ammonia than to liquefy hydrogen, and therefore it's easier to transport and move about. So that's just a visioning slide really of the what could be from Wales and West, and I'll leave it there now because I'm conscious we're probably over time. Flora.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, we are running a little bit behind, but that's fine. We do have some time for the Q&A session. For everyone, please do use the Q&A box at the bottom to enter your questions. But I think given today's kind of really topical hydrogen strategy coming out today, I'll just kick off with 1 or 2 questions around hydrogen. And I guess one slightly focused more towards Atiya and Chris in that, you know, with the joint direction on both blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, is there a feel for in the future, could it all be green hydrogen using renewable energy? Is that feasible? Is that realistic, or is, you know, carbon capture and storage the way forwards as well? I don't know who wants to jump in first, Chris or Atiya.
Shall I start? I think most people recognise that the ultimate endpoint is green hydrogen. I think maybe there might be a need for some blue hydrogen for when it's not windy, when it's not sunny, when we haven't got enough storage. But I think it's the pace and the scale at which you can develop that green hydrogen, which is why I think most people are at the moment feeling that there's a need for a big push for blue hydrogen to get the hydrogen economy going. That creates the market, and then green hydrogen will just flow and develop and grow, and capacity will increase.
And Atiya, I guess the slant on this was, you know, is in terms of the 0-2050 project, was there analysis on, you know, the electricity grid being, you know, good enough to supply the renewable energy to create green hydrogen? Is blue hydrogen, you know, a better option for now? What are your thoughts on this?
we can't say that blue hydrogen or green hydrogen, any of them is a better option. If we look at from CO2 point of view, of course, green hydrogen is the best solution. But then we need to see how much renewables we need if we want to cover the energy demand of whole GB. So it means green hydrogen itself has to be some other mode of hydrogen because the limitation on the renewable energy. So blue hydrogen definitely has a role to play the way we see it.
We did have a little question here from Martin Brockus as well. So are we seeing the start of UK government switching fossil fuel subsidies into blue hydrogen, undermining the development of green hydrogen rather than investing in true renewables? Are there any quick views on this?
Yeah, if you want my personal view on it, we have to be wary of that, and it's a super important point. Green hydrogen is the future out to 2050. In my opinion, the Energy Kingdom project is all about green hydrogen, recognition of the massive potential we've got for renewable electricity production and therefore for green hydrogen production. And yeah, I think, you know, Chris has outlined there's perhaps an immediate need to get hydrogen economy going. We need to have production of the fuel for our markets to start using hydrogen. You know, that's pretty essential. The beauty of green hydrogen is it's quite scalable. It can be done at very small scale, such as our small little electrolyzer and refueler at Milford. And it can be scaled up to relatively big scale quite quickly, and it's almost plug and play with electrolyzers that you can do that. One of the hindering factors is obviously electrolyzer cost at the moment, but we're seeing the building out of gigafactories by companies such as ITM Power with their electrolyzer equipment. That cost is only going one way in that scenario. If we can then get the cost of electricity down, then we're probably in a good position with green hydrogen. So my thinking there, Martin, is we've got to be wary of that, not switching and subsidizing fossil fuel any longer than is absolutely necessary, really.
I see that, Juliet, you've got your hand up. Would you like to jump in there? Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, so one of the things, so we ran two scenarios with the Energy Systems Catapult model to look at blue hydrogen versus green hydrogen. And I think Steve pointed out the electrolysis cost of green hydrogen is quite high still. Obviously, that will come down. One of the things just to remember, one of the things that our model did was really look at converting a lot of biomass into green hydrogen so that you have a different process essentially there. So that's one thing to be aware of. And just to respond to Atti's comment about, is there going to be enough renewables? Our model shows that if you invest in energy efficiency, yes, there is. And I think that's why we need to push some of these models to the extreme to ask those questions. Because one of the things I've seen with policymakers and decision makers and investment makers too much over the years is that we put too many barriers in the way and don't actually test the reality of things. And this is what I think the role of a lot of companies now, and the brilliant work that Steve's doing and Chris is doing, is to test the real extremes. Because let's push it to the extreme, find out what it is. Doesn't mean we have to deliver to that, but at least let's know what the boundaries are to what we could deliver.
Lovely, thank you very much. And I guess one interesting, another comment to come through the Q&A session, saying McKinsey suggested a possible collapse in fuel prices. So this is directed at Steve, by the way. The McKinsey suggested a possible collapse in fuel prices as a result of moving to net zero. What will the impact on Milford Haven be on this scenario?
Might need a bit more information around that. Sorry, was that a collapse in fuel prices caused by?
Moving to net zero in terms of renewables and hydrogen.
I'm not sure I fully grasped the question there, really. I mean, in terms of a collapse in fuel prices for generation of green hydrogen might be a good thing in terms of a lower price for electrolysis, a lower price for electricity. Yeah, that needs some more shape around the question, I think.
Juliet seems to be jumping up and down.
Yeah, no, sorry. I think the point that McKinsey is trying to make here is is that what we're seeing is as renewables begin to set marginal prices, and Atia probably knows as much as I do about this, it tends to drive particularly the marginal cost of electricity down to zero, which means the power costs coming through in the electricity market can go either negative or zero. And the trouble for that is that seeing long-term investment signals come off the back of that can be very, very hard. This is one of the things I think we have to look at. How is the energy market actually financially rewarded for the power it's produced, and how do we set that price? And I think that was the point I was trying to make, is that we set up this marketplace, particularly National Grid's marketplace, in a world where high carbon was the dominant power source. So gas was the marginal plant or coal was the marginal plant. In a future world, that may not be the same. And so therefore, in that world, when we're seeing the fact that we're not using oil and we're not using gas, that those potentially costs will drop, what impact will have that on the market-wide market? And that is why we need to think about how do we set prices coming through, and does carbon have a true role, carbon pricing have a role in this, so that we can then reinflate some of those prices that we see coming through.
Perfect.
Thank you. I was just going to raise one point as well that nobody's pointed out. Of course, so this is Southwest, and we've got nuclear in our armory as well, and of course, nuclear to hydrogen is a strong opportunity as well.
Very good point, Chris. Thank you. We are running 5 minutes behind schedule, so I think please do continue asking questions and answers in that box. We all can see them, we all can answer them. So do ask questions. But I think I'm going to quickly move on to Peter Williams, who's hosting the next session. So thank you very much all for speaking. It's very much appreciated. Peter, over to you.
Okay, just getting my sound and vision there. Thank you, Flora. That was a terrific session. If the rest of the country does half as good, then I think that 85% that say that we're not going to meet net zero are probably wrong, but thank you. Okay, moving now into the next theme, which is transport. I'm not sure if you're hearing me right now. Okay. In its transport, we've got 3 very different speakers here covering. We've got Keith Bushell from Airbus. Hopefully we've got Natalie Rees from Transport for Wales, but unfortunately I'm not getting contact with her at the moment, so we'll find out as we move along. And we have Oliver Coltman from the West of England Combined Authority looking at the future transport zone projects. So I think so that we've got good timekeeping. We'll move forward straight away with Keith. Keith is
Hi.
The UK. Hi, Keith. Keith is the UK Environmental Affairs Stakeholder Manager at Airbus. Not too long a title there, Keith. Okay, over to you, Keith.
Hi, I can't seem to open my video. It says the host is okay. There we go. Thank you. Hi.
Now,
good morning. I'll just bring my slides up. So just checking that you can see my slides. You see my slides okay?
No, you can't see them.
Okay, let's try again. So let's share.
Yeah, there we go.
Great, okay, so let me just put them onto present mode. Great. Okay, so worked for Airbus for the last 11 years, seen a massive change in our the movement and the opportunity for aviation to improve its environmental credentials. And last year, our new CEO, Guillaume Fauré, committed Airbus to manufacturing the first zero emissions airliner by 2035, and with our ambition to lead the decarbonisation of our sector. So great ambitions right from the top. I'm based at Filton, which is obviously in the region, and Filton, we have some amazing engineers working on projects which will see that opportunity for decarbonisation materialised. Within the UK, we're part of the aviation industry, part of the industry organisation called Sustainable Aviation, which covers approximately 90% of the aviation industry. For the airlines, airports, manufacturers, sustainable fuel producers, ground handlers, and it's a growing organisation that has been around for over 10 years. We actually published our first carbon roadmap over 10 years ago, and last year on the 4th of February, pre-pandemic, which seems a long way away now, we launched the Decarbonisation Roadmap for the UK. So this is the plan to decarbonise UK aviation by 2050. There's no single route to decarbonisation for aviation. We have 6 pillars here, and all of them contribute to it. We start at the beginning, at the top, where if we do nothing and continue to grow and continue to with the same technology, that we would actually be emitting over 70 million tonnes of carbon for UK aviation. But that's not where we want to be. We want to hit net zero. We've committed to hit net zero by opening up airspace and having more efficient routes, by continuing to renew fleet with the newest aircraft and then the next generation aircraft, the use of sustainable aviation fuels, and then the use of carbon capture technology for carbon removals, both natural carbon removals and also for synthetic fuel production as well. So as an industry, we're completely committed to the net zero target of 2050. Unfortunately, it's not a nice straight line. We need investment in the technology and in sustainable fuels now in order to realise that opportunity for the future. In 2014, we did our first Sustainable Fuels Roadmap, but we renewed that last year as well. And the opportunity for sustainable aviation fuels, which are fuels which are made from non-fossil based sources. The main focus is on renewable, on municipal solid waste at this moment in time, but moving to power to liquid from a green hydrogen source. The opportunity by 2050 of around 32% of all the fuel used by UK aviation could come from a renewable source. This year, about a month ago, we launched an update to the Decarbonisation Roadmap because of the impact of COVID, to see that the opportunity had improved, had increased, that the technology developments had accelerated, and the desire to hit net zero had significantly increased across the whole industry. We are completely committed to do that, and as such, looking to improve those technologies. So with the announcement of hydrogen, with the development of sustainable aviation fuels, and also with the opportunity on carbon capture technology, the acceleration to a net zero future it will be realised. So it's a similar picture, the one shown by Chris, regarding the opportunity for sustainable aviation fuel development. This report was done by a company called E4 Tech, focused on what the opportunity is in the UK for the development of sustainable aviation fuels, but then obviously moving then to a power to liquid fuel, which would use green hydrogen and carbon captured, either direct air carbon capture or carbon captured from industrial operations. 7 clusters around the country, with two refineries in each of those clusters across the whole country, and the key one would be for us in the southwest would very much be the one at Port Talbot and the opportunity for producing sustainable fuels there. The opportunity to move to a power to liquid we see as being realised leading on from around 2038. The municipal solid waste potential for sustainable fuel development and the level of material available would be significantly reduced, and then a movement to power to liquid fuels using that green hydrogen. So from an Airbus perspective, the whole hydrogen technology is something which we are extremely excited about. And we're on a journey to develop a fleet of hydrogen-powered aircraft. The entry into service date of 2035 is the one that we're focused on. At the moment, this moment in time, we're focused on understanding the challenges, the barriers, the opportunities, and also to then be able to focus on the size of aircraft to be launched into the market. So there's 3 specific aircraft that we're focused on: a turboprop, which would be a regional size, around 100 passenger aircraft, potentially using liquid hydrogen or hydrogen fuel cells. And then we're looking at a turbofan aircraft, which potentially could be up to 200 passengers with a 2,000 nautical mile range. Again, looking at direct hydrogen burn, and then a concept blended wing body, which would have some significant opportunities to do with the aerodynamics, but also greater challenges when it comes to a completely different type of aircraft. Those are the 3 concept aircraft we're focused on and looking to develop and entry into service of 2035 of one of those aircraft. Significant challenges when we come to adoption of hydrogen. Technology compatibility is one of them, the cost and availability of hydrogen. However, it's really encouraging to hear from the previous panel some of these excellent pieces of work that are being done around the country and looking to develop that hydrogen economy. And so from our point of view, we see aviation as being playing a vital part in that hydrogen economy too. The challenge of infrastructure development, particularly from a European Union point of view, there are a number of projects looking at the opportunity of pairing of cities for hydrogen use for aircraft and funding on that way. And then obviously regulatory acceptance, a completely different power source, completely different aircraft. And at the moment, there's no opportunity at the moment for these aircraft to be certified. However, there's also the opportunity to develop these new regulations. I want to also share with you another concept which we're focused on, and that is called Fellow Fly. And this is where aircraft will fly in formation. This is we're looking to move to a demonstration phase in this project, where potentially 5 to 10% of fuel will be reduced on a long haul flight using the vortices from the first aircraft, and the opportunity we believe is significant. You see, it's not just about I think one of the speakers mentioned about we need to focus on efficiency as well. Yes, we need the new energies, the sustainable aviation fuels. We need the hydrogen, but also we need to continue driving down and improving our efficiency, and this would be one way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Keith. We'll take questions and answers after we have the 3 presentations. So that was really crisp and clear and absolutely hopeful. So if I move on now to introduce Natalie, and my apologies to you, Natalie, for not seeing that you had joined. Indeed, you have. So
yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Natalie is the Sustainable Development Manager for Transport for Wales, and we'll be looking at a very focused, sustainable approach by Transport for Wales in many micro regions and throughout the region. So over to you, Natalie.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. So I'll just be telling you a bit more, about our pathway to net zero. Transport sector emissions in Wales, rail makes up around 1%, and really our biggest impact will be to create modal shift from private vehicles, which make up 55% of travel at the moment, to more sustainable travel, increasing the uptake of electric vehicles and reducing the emissions from road and rail transport through vehicle and fuel efficiency. In 2019, we published our low carbon impact strategy. It's available on our website, and these contained a number of targets, which this document is now being updated as we've been given a remit to achieve net zero by 2030 from Welsh Government, which is in line with other public bodies. So in the first instance, we've been investing in our renewable energy schemes. We operate on 100% renewable energy at the moment through REGO, but we have a target for 2025 for 50% of the energy to be generated ourselves within Wales through solar and other technology. We've been working on the delivery of the South East Wales Metro, which will be full electrification on those valley lines. That will help us to achieve 100% reduction in our carbon emissions on the core valley lines. We've been updating our impact strategy, as I mentioned, and we've also been calculating our carbon emissions to ensure we understand where our emissions are coming from. So as I mentioned, our targets on the core valley lines are to reduce by 100% by the end of 2023, potentially 2024, as we test and roll out the new rolling stock. We also have a target to achieve a 30% reduction in carbon emissions across Wales and borders on the rail network. This will be achieved through the introduction of new rolling stock, which is being introduced shortly. The new rolling stock is much more efficient, but does still run on diesel. In South East Wales, Transport for Wales owns the railway asset. In the rest of the Wales, it's owned by Network Rail, and they have plans to decarbonise up to 2050. So our newer rolling stock, we are looking into the potential to alter that to run on alternative fuels in the future. So we've calculated our carbon footprint, and understandably the majority of our footprint does come from diesel, from trains. It's an area that we will be looking at in detail over the coming years, and we also are looking at the improvement of our station electricity and gas use, which is also quite high. So Welsh Government present us with a remit letter each year. This year, our remit is to achieve net zero by 2030. We'll be writing a costed plan. Delivery of that will be March 2022. We are working on the electric vehicle charging strategy and implementation plan, and we've started to roll out the EV charging infrastructure. For bus, we have a responsibility to develop a plan for fleet and achieving a target for net zero for 2028. Similarly, target 2028 for taxis and private hire vehicles, working with Welsh Government, local authorities and the taxi and other stakeholders. So I mentioned that we've already started to roll out the electric vehicle charging strategy, and we've been working with Swarco UK to install 21 electric vehicle charging points in 4 rural locations in Wales. The installation of the chosen sites will result in a rapid charge point at around 25 miles on the strategic road network, and installation spread across the 4 local authority areas: Ceredigion, Powys, Denbighshire and Gwynedd. The sites will be located in local authority car parks in the towns listed there. We're also innovating to achieve decarbonisation. On the top right, you see what we're calling the active shelter. We're working with Specific, part of Swansea University, on the creation of this off-grid shelter. The roof panels are made of a flexible solar material. The roof contains batteries that will power an electric door, display screen information, and lighting. This project is currently in test, and we'd be looking to roll these station shelters out in rural areas within Wales. The Voyager shelter is a standard rail shelter, so we can simply replace the roof of those shelters. So it's quite a sustainable way of looking at replacement for that. The other project that we've been looking at and we've undertaken a feasibility for in South East Wales is the Trackside Renewables. We worked with a company called Riding Sunbeams to undertake the feasibility study, and this picture shows a third rail electrification. We are doing an overhead electrification. It would be the first time it would be done anywhere in the world. So we're currently looking at the development of a converter, a small converter that doesn't actually exist at the moment. It's being funded by money from RSSB to build that converter, which will be tested on the main line. The Trackside Renewables, so in South East Wales, we identified that in the future 38% of our energy requirement could come from Trackside Renewables, solar particularly, but also wind. And fortunately, due to the timescales of the project, we weren't able to go ahead and design that in the first instance, but it can be retrofitted at a later stage. Though we can look at this opportunity in the other metro areas of North Wales and South West Wales as well. And as well as looking at decarbonisation of the railway and the work that we're doing, we're also looking at how we can lower our carbon emissions on the work that we're doing around our office buildings, our depots and our station buildings as well. So recently we moved into our new head office in Pontypridd. We undertook an office fit out that was extremely sustainable. The furniture that we procured was second-hand or reused from our previous offices and upcycled. We were also working with Merthyr Institute for the Blind to manufacture furniture in Pentre, just up the road from our office. Undertaking this project, we saved 92,000 kilograms of carbon. We also saved another 2,500 kilograms of carbon by using recycled paint. So it's really about not just looking at the way that we're creating carbon through our transport system, but also how we're being responsible as a business ourselves. And finally, the Wales Transport Strategy was published last year, and the strategy sets out the 5 key areas where we need to make substantial progress. And those will be reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving the public transport systems and the integration between the different types, which is really important, improving links and access between key settlements and sites, enhancing international connectivity, and increasing safety and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalie. That was a really comprehensive coverage there. We'll see some questions later. So if I now move to Oliver Coltman, who's the FTZ Future Transport Zone Programme Manager at the West of England Combined Authority. I'll pass to you, Oliver, and we'll take it from there.
Good morning. Hopefully my screen is shared. I can't quite see. Is it sharing okay?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Right, so yeah, good morning. My name's Oliver Coltman, and from the West of England Combined Authority. Combined Authority made up of Bristol City Council, South Gloucestershire Council and Bath and North East Somerset, and working very closely with Partner Authority of North Somerset as well. So representing the wider West of England area. Going to talk a bit about net zero transport within the west of England, a bit of the background in terms of the policy and strategy, where we're coming from, and then particularly my area of responsibility, which is the future transport zone. So in the west of England, we have set an ambitious goal for tackling climate change, committing actually to net zero carbon for the region by 2030. To achieve this, we have a climate emergency action plan, which is being integrated into all that we do. Within the plan, working to decarbonise the transport system, increase cycling and walking and the use of public transport. Significant investment goes into that, building on positive behaviour change as well following the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown period. We have seen some substantial changes to people's travel behaviour and looking to lock in the positive impacts, helping business and local people benefit from growth in the green economy, and so maximising overall government investment in the region, so matching our investment with the government, central government investment, to support our businesses to grow and build back. Working to decarbonise the energy system and increasing local renewable energy, and increasing the energy performance of buildings and developing low carbon standards in new developments. So there's a lot happening there, and the role of WECA in influencing that in new developments, protecting and enhancing the environment through a proactive approach to green infrastructure. So we have a green infrastructure strategy as well, with a plan for investing in green infrastructure across the west of England. In terms of main priorities within the local industrial strategy, which is where it all starts, and there are 4 main priorities: fostering cross-sectorial growth, innovation from research through to commercialization, ensuring that growth is inclusive with a focus on opportunities for employment and progression for all, and addressing the productivity challenge, which means including adopting new technology and management practices and supporting businesses to trade, and capitalising on the region's innovative strengths to deliver the infrastructure necessary for future growth. So this strategy, identifying the strengths and challenges for the west of England and planning the foundations upon which the region will maximise its contribution to UK productivity and thrive for the benefit of all its residents. So clean growth is at the heart of that local industrial strategy. The foundations of our productivity in the west of England. The west of England's got a long history of supporting new ideas, new ways of doing things, new products and services, new business models. The region's universities, industries, and strong sectors where ideas are born and skilled workforce contribute to the development of ideas that change the world. The west of England is a highly skilled region. It attracts a diverse range of people with high employment rates, a strong labour market, and diverse economic development. Infrastructure is a challenge. House prices have risen to 9.3 times the average earnings. Congestion is increasing. 2/3 of commutes are by car. 2 out of 5 of those journeys are of less than 2 kilometres, which contributes to significant greenhouse gas emissions and an estimated cost of congestion of 300 million a year. A good digital infrastructure enhances the attractiveness of employment locations, but outside of favoured areas, speeds are variable, and across the region there are numerous not spots remaining. We've got the natural environment on our doorstep in terms of the urban areas, and within the wider west of England, it's definitely an asset, contributes to quality of life, promoting health and well-being, making the region attractive and helping to grow, attracting people to live and work here. And Bristol also has an accolade as one of the coolest cities, which relates to its place, its cultural strengths. The business environment, the UK and global economy is transforming as digitisation, autonomous systems and challenges of climate change cut across our traditional industries and are creating new business models. Business isn't standing still, and the region's strong innovative mentality and dynamic workforce puts us in a strong position to exploit the opportunities. But we have a very diverse towns and communities across the west of England, which brings a challenge and also strengths. It is a prosperous region, but that is not universal, and we do have some strong some areas of high deprivation in the cities and towns such as Weston-super-Mare. So clean growth for us means doing things differently. we need alternatives to the things in our region that have contributed to the climate emergency. And you may have noticed that innovation is a key word throughout the local industrial strategy for the West of England. So we secured a £24.4 million grant from the DFT, which with local match added gives us 28 million to deliver a programme over the next 3 years to co-design, trial and demonstrate replicable transport innovations. So we are developing and trialling new services and solutions. And one way in which we're doing things differently is more specifically focusing on the customer. This means we are really trying to understand user needs and designing the services and products against those needs. Somewhat sounds straightforward when I say it, but it's not necessarily so. But it does mean we are much less about simply converting the existing system, although that happens, and that is happening, such as the electric vehicle charging program that's been going for a number of years, and the Clean Bus technology grants, which is important things. Our focus in the future transport zone is about future transport, new ways of doing things, new services and solutions designed around the customer. What then is in the program? Well, one way I describe the program is bringing together the physical and digital so that people are better connected to the places they want to go. At the core of the program is the Transport Data Hub, which is around maximising the value we get from data, working with it more efficiently, embedding it data-driven decision-making into our way of working, increasing our knowledge and understanding of customers and supporting wider innovation, not just for ourselves, but innovation across the sub-region. The Transport Data Hub is going to increase our capability to better plan transport, maximise the operating efficiency of what are constrained and limited transport networks. Whilst we're investing significantly in physical infrastructure, we need to be operating the networks with maximum efficiency. Access to data is also going to enable ourselves, and as I said, others, to further innovate within transport. Mobility as a service platform is going to be the place to go to plan and pay for journeys across the region. Customers given more control over their choices with improved access to sustainable mobility options and up-to-date information so they can make changes, giving greater flexibility. Changing people's behaviour so that they have real choice. They know the choices they've got. They are incentivized at points, but they have choices and they've got the information to make good choices. Mobility stations are physical places in which transport users can interchange between modes and access other services, supporting services and facilities, which will maximise the utility of their journeys. Dynamic demand responsive transport, a form of transport where vehicles alter their routes based on real-time and nearly real-time passenger demand, rather than using fixed routes or timetables. It's been tried many a time, and there's many DDRT services provided over the years. But what we're looking to do is trial the provision of connectivity between residential areas and transport interchanges and employment opportunities where conventional bus and rail services can't offer viable services, doing a way to demonstrate a viability, ideally commercial viability, but or if not that, demonstrate a viability in terms of reasonable public subsidy with maximum benefit. E-scooters is live in the west of England, has been very successful in terms of user registrations, take up, trips made, kilometres travelled. It comes with challenges. That's the nature of the trial, to understand the issues, trial solutions and determine the benefits. So that's one of the micro-mobility services that we're trialling to start giving those broader choices for customers. The UK's current fleet of conventionally fueled goods vehicles estimated to be in excess of 400,000 HGVs and over 4.6 million vans. That exacerbates congestion, greenhouse gas emissions and noise pollution. So we're looking at sustainable urban freight solutions, including electric cargo bikes, looking to them to provide an opportunity to remove some of these vehicles from urban areas. We will be looking at the way that goods are collected, transported and distributed within the more central urban environments, looking at micro freight services, trialing those as a way of doing things differently with more sustainable options, with an aim to demonstrate the commercial viability of those services. What we've done is defined a vision for the customer experience that's going to help us tell the story of future transport in the west of England, explain our role and help us make decisions. with outcomes for the customers, such as services making sense. People know how to use them. They require minimum effort. People enjoy using our services. That being really important, that people want to use the services, not feel that they have to, that it's the only option, that it's the last resort, or that they're being penalised from taking alternatives. Instead, this is their positive choice. They enjoy using the services. Inclusive transport system, services designed and developed around people, and a number of other outcomes that we're focusing on. So there is a lot going on in the region in terms of infrastructure delivery in the west of England, and this includes measures that restrict car use whilst improving access for sustainable modes. But in the future transport zone, we're focused on the mobility market and how we can move it towards providing sustainable choices for transport users and information for users so that they have more control over their travel choices. We will be trialling some forms of incentivization, referred to as mobility credits, but we're looking to demonstrate in most instances that the market can be sustainable, it can be commercially viable, and better deliver for customers, all three at the same time: sustainable, commercially viable, and still delivering for customers in a way that improves people's access to services, facilities, cultural activities, employment, education, and all of the things that people want to do. So that is the west of England, a brief snapshot of where we are with regards to net zero and net zero transport in particular, and what we're doing in the future transport zone.
Oliver, thank you very much for that comprehensive coverage. What I want to do is to move over to the question time now. What I have a difficulty is I've seen some questions come up and then go away, so I'm not quite sure what is happening with the Q&A box right now.
If you look at the answered column, there are
yeah.
some questions in there as well.
Okay, got it. We'll start with a question from Paul Booley for Keith. Relates to the challenges of whatever you burn at height is damaging to the atmosphere. And he read a suggestion that burning hydrogen at height and dispensing water vapor at height can be as damaging as carbon. Not sure that that would be true, but Keith, do you have a comment on that?
So aviation currently emits non-CO2 impacts as well, non-CO2, often called contrails, and these are products of combustion with water vapor, and they're generated predominantly through what are called ice supersaturated zones. So as the water vapor and the particles are emitted, they coalesce. You have a crystallization around the nuclei to form these contrails, and the damaging ones, or the damaging contrails, are the ones which are at night, and sometimes these can then be long lasting. There's a huge amount of research work going on contrails, but yet the science is still immature. The potential impact is significant, but as yet we're not at a place where we can have regulations. And there's two ways in which you can reduce and remove the opportunity to produce these contrails. Firstly is by moving to hydrogen and to sustainable aviation fuels, because in current jet kerosene you have aromatics, and those aromatics are produced particulate matter. And so by removing the particulate matter, you remove the opportunity for those nucleation sites, and you significantly reduce the strength and the power of those contrails, and that will be the case for hydrogen as well. So hydrogen, whilst there will be water vapor, it won't be anywhere near as severe as current contrails. And the other is to avoid flying into those ice supersaturated zones in the first place. If you can avoid those zones, the challenge with that is in order to avoid those zones, firstly you need to know where they are. And that work is undergoing and being undertaken to understand exactly where ice supersaturated zones are. And secondly, by avoiding them, you potentially could be flying a longer route, which would increase your carbon emissions. So it's getting the balance right of the impact of a longer route producing more carbon versus flying through those supersaturated zones. And it's really important to understand that it's not all contrails bad or all cirrus clouds bad. The bottom line is it's contrails which are formed at night which have a heating effect. Contrails formed during the day have a cooling effect and actually a climate positive.
Thank you, Keith. Moving on now to a question from Martin Brocklehurst. This is for Natalie, that Dordrecht in the Netherlands has already converted its entire local bus service to electrical traction using overhead recharging stations, and he's wondering why Transport for Wales is not moving so quickly. Could you answer that for us?
Yeah, sure, certainly. I'd say in the first instance is cost. Obviously, it's significant cost to do that. But there is we are looking into different types of fuel for the bus network, but also different models as well. Obviously with very rural communities, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to electrify overhead, but opportunities for hydrogen in smaller areas would be perfect, and we'd be looking at sort of a multi-fuel option for different areas of Wales.
Okay, thank you for that. To stay with you here, a question from Bill Atteridge is, have hydrogen-powered trains been considered to save emissions from diesel? And he says a number of countries have trains running on hydrogen. And coupled that with a question from Stefan Runge, if I pronounce that name right, is he's asking if he's wrong in assuming that Transport for Wales is extremely suitable for technologies such as hydrogen and battery supported electric trains, especially when direct electrification from the train tracks is difficult and costly.
So we are looking at hydrogen fuel for trains. It's perfect for some areas of Wales. Southwest Wales would be a great example, particularly Pembrokeshire, and bits of North Wales where we are unable to electrify due to the sort of proximity of houses to the rail asset. So yeah, we'd be looking at hydrogen technology and batteries, but also the conversion of bi-mode trains to battery and hydrogen potentially. So we have various options for converting the newer rolling stock in the future to run on different fuels. So I think that's really positive for hydrogen. Obviously, we'd be looking for green hydrogen or blue hydrogen, as we have quite strong targets on renewables as well. And then the second question, sorry, could you repeat that again? Sorry.
Okay, let me get back to that a moment.
It was a bit long and I lost it.
No problem. I thought you had answered it actually.
Sorry, I found it now. So the question's asking, JFW is extremely suitable for technologies such as hydrogen and battery. That's correct. Yes, we are. Right. Okay. Yeah, I can see the question now. So yes, we are exploring and we are looking at various different ways to innovate on the rail network. Obviously, we're limited at the moment in terms of the ownership of the rail asset isn't devolved. It's owned by Network Rail, and they have a plan to decarbonise or electrify up to 2050, and we have targets up to 2030. So there's sort of issues of relationship there, and we see from the IPCC report that came out this week that there's going to be more of a push towards more organizations achieving net zero by 2030 in order to prevent us from hitting that 1.5 degree rise. I can see there's a comment about the quality of the trains and the passenger timetable. We are working on the integrated transport network. The core valley lines are a huge part of that integrated network, and work is ongoing in the southeast at the moment, and behind the scenes work on the North Wales Metro and the South West Wales Metro as well will bring in opportunities for us to better integrate the rail, bus, active travel network, as well as the private hire vehicle network and car sharing schemes.
And I guess the rural places in Wales and such like are a challenge for you.
Yes, of course. We have been rolling out the Flexi scheme, which is a bus that you can call to stop at certain stops. It's been rolled out successfully in Newport, for example, and we're looking at opportunities to roll out Flexi to other areas within Wales now.
That's great, thank you. Oliver, just one question from me. How do your activities work with the Bristol City activities, and how are they joined together or separate, or is it more or less one approach to the whole area?
It's a range, and it depends what the activity is. So WECA is made up of the 3 constituent authorities, including Bristol. So in terms of what WECA delivers, the governance of it includes Bristol City Council. So we very much deliver things in partnership. Even if we're leading, they are involved. And most of what we do will have an impact on the Bristol area, so they will be involved in the delivery of it. The things that Bristol are delivering on, inevitably, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't get communicated because there's such a high volume in all our programs of work. So it's a real challenge to maintain that integration between what we're doing and create the positive links. It's to share the information across all those programs. That's a real challenge. So we do deliver together. What WECA does is done as part of a collective, but the local authorities do also lead on their own things. So, for example, Bristol has been investigating areas, I believe, to do with the port, for which it is responsible, and the harbour, which it's the dock authority for as well, and the opportunities for hydrogen fuel to be located, brought in via the dock, the port, and brought into the centre, and the opportunity to have hydrogen ferries and things like this, and then also looking at how that could bring hydrogen fuel into those services that want to use it within the centre of the Bristol urban area. So they're looking at that. It could come to a point where WECA gets involved as well. It depends on the responsibilities, and our focus is particularly around regional kind of economic growth, business and skills, and then certain areas of transport. So if you're looking at transport in particular, our responsibilities tend to be very strategic, and theirs are much more localized. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, if that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it did answer the question, because I had a confusion in my own mind of, was the duplication, or was it working, as you say, in partnership, which is very clear.
Yeah, I should say WECA is still a relatively new organisation, as in we're only on our second Metro Mayor from the May election, and so there was only one before that. So it's still it's a young organisation, which brings big opportunity because we don't have somewhat kind of organisational baggage of the way things have been done. So it does create a culture, certainly looking at with regards to kind of net zero transport, net zero more generally. We have a culture which is much more, it's not, we haven't always done things in this way. It's how do we want to do things? what do we want to do? So we don't come with a lot of that organisational baggage, which is inevitable for local authorities and any organisation that's been around for, well, tracing back Bristol's history, for example, is hundreds of years, but just over the last several decades, that means they're very established in the way things are. It's harder to challenge. That's inevitable with any organisation. But WECA's got that real opportunity to really each time to be thinking, well, what do we want to do? We've got to create anew because we have no established way of working and things that we do necessarily. So yeah, we see that as a big opportunity.
Yes, indeed, refreshing opportunity. I believe, having lived in Bristol most of my life. Okay. I think if we look that we were overrunning a bit, but if I just take one more question from Paul Booley for Keith. The LanzaTech projects for waste to aviation fuel and capturing carbon. Hang on. Yeah, his concern here is that whilst you may be able to declare these as net zero fuels from a carbon accounting point of view, are they still for burning in jets and so emitting carbon? I'm not quite sure, Keith, if you can answer that clearly.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So what's important to understand is what the counterfactual is. So what you're taking a waste gas from steel making, and then you're using that waste to convert it into a sustainable fuel or convert it into an aviation fuel. And yes, that carbon will be released into the atmosphere when you burn that fuel. But the counterfactual is that the opposite, i.e. the counterfactual, would be that you would have taken fossil fuel and converted it into aviation fuel and then burn that. So what you've got is a cyclic process. And so if you then use that to capture the carbon, you capture the carbon as well, then you get a full life cycle process there, which is fully cyclic, is what I'm trying to say. And the bottom line is it's the same with municipal solid waste. So that municipal solid waste, so there's other processes which are using that, are waste products. The counterfactual again is that you would have used fossil fuel to then produce the jet kerosene and then fly. So what you're taking is in the carbon, which is already a waste, converting it into a fuel. Again, when using carbon capture technology, then that will be also, you can have that as a net zero fuel. The current levels of carbon reduction from the sustainable aviation fuels, such as the one produced by LanzaTech, ones which will be produced by Velocis and Fulcrum, different companies in the UK, around about 80% carbon reduction. So it's not 100%, but when you add carbon capture with that, then you can get to that 100%.
Thank you, Keith. Okay, I'm going to close the conference time, the question time now. We've overrun this morning by only 7 minutes, and my thanks to all the presenters for keeping to the time schedule. It's amazing how much you can cram into 10 minutes, and you all did exceptionally well there. So thank you. And now I'll hand back to James, and we'll look at what's going on through the lunchtime session.
Thanks, Pete. And yeah, thanks to all our speakers so far. It's been a really enjoyable session. I know we've really only been able to have a few snapshots of projects and activities which are happening across both South Wales and the Southwest. I mean, we know that's the case, so we're really keen, and we've invited all our panelists back to come and speak to us again at the branch for a longer session. And we'll be aiming to do those over the next 6 to 12 months. So we've got a kind of a lunch session now. Thank you for all those people who've stayed with us through the course of today. The numbers are still really good on the attendees, so thank you. We realise it's a long session, so you know, please feel free to step away at different points for comfort breaks. grab a sandwich now or some food. If you need to leave the session, the link will still be running, so you can always rejoin later on. But yeah, thank you for many people sticking with us, and yeah, still a lot more to come. If you've joined us a little bit later, we are recording this session, and it will be available after today, so in the next few days. Or if you'd like to revisit some of the panels, there's a lot of information across the different sections and sectors, so a lot to revisit as well. So still to come, we have 2 more panels this afternoon, starting from around 1 o'clock. So we have the Net Zero Regions and Cities panel with Cardiff University, and also the Southwest Manufacturing and Advice Service. And we close the day with the Net Zero Policy and Management panel, which features University of Exeter, Cardiff University and Regen. So those will be coming up after the lunch session. For those panels, please continue to ask questions in the Q&A box, and if you'd like to comment in the chat or provide any links or share some info, we're really encouraging that, so please do so. So this lunch session, what we're going to do is we're going to do 2 things. We're going to invite Terry Winter from the Energy Institute, who's the membership manager for the Energy Institute, to talk to us a little bit about the Energy Institute and what it means to be a member and the types of services available. And then we're going to do sort of a quick short intro into the South Wales branch, of which I'm the honorary secretary for. So we'll do a little bit of an intro into that, and we'll sort of have a bit of a comfort break as well. And we'll start the next panel, as I say, just after 1 p.m. So I think that's about it for now. So yeah, anyone on Twitter with live tweeting, so you appreciate anyone sort of sharing things on there, retweeting and stuff like that as well. So Terry, I can see that you're part of the panelists. Here we go. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, James. And yeah, hello to everyone that is sticking around, perhaps lunching and listening at the same time. So my name's Terry, I'm the Membership Development Manager at the EI, and I'm just going to spend the next 20 minutes roughly talking to you about the sort of key benefits of becoming an EI member. So what's in it for you? And I'm also going to give an overview of the different membership grades that are available. And that will very much be an overview. I won't go into the specifics of the application process or the requirements for all our different titles. But hopefully this will give you a flavour of what you can get out of membership and how you go about joining. I'm just going to share some slides now. Okay, hopefully you can all see the slides. If you have any problems, just write a message to me and I'll try my best to fix those. Okay, very briefly to start, a bit about the Energy Institute itself. So we are the professional body for the entire energy sector. And our purpose, or our aim, if you like, is to bring together expertise to tackle urgent global challenges. So we're talking about the growing universal demand for energy and the climate emergency. And of course, the event today is all about developing pathways to net zero, and that will be absolutely crucial in terms of dealing with the climate emergency. We are a charity and we're incorporated by Royal Charter, which means that we can award charter titles to people working in energy. We have around 20,000 individual members and about 200 or more company members and partners. And these members are based all around the world, not just in the UK. And we support our members through our extensive branch network, which I believe James or someone from the branch is going to talk about after I finished. So just to confirm, we have, as well as our 13 branches up and down the UK, we also have branches in places such as Hong Kong, Malaysia and Singapore, Nigeria, the Middle East and the Caribbean. And we also have numerous young professionals networks, or YPNs, dotted around as well. Our ambition is that energy is better understood, managed and valued. And in order to achieve that, we do a number of different things. So for example, we deliver training courses in different areas of energy. We put on events throughout the year. We produce industry standards and technical good practice guidance. And we also do it by enabling energy professionals to gain professional qualifications and titles. And what's really important to mention here is that we are an industry-focused body, not a discipline-focused one. And what that means is, as long as you study energy or you work in the energy sector as a whole, then you can find a home at the EI, you can feel part of the energy community. We'll be able to support you in some way. It's very likely that we'll find a membership grade for you, and there'll be an opportunity to gain professional recognition. So it doesn't matter if you are an engineer or a technician, you might be an energy manager or analyst, you might work in sustainability, you might work in academia, utilities or law. No matter what your background or discipline is, it doesn't matter as long as you're doing the work that you do in the energy industry. So why join? What's in it for you? And I know that some people listening will already be members, but there might be some benefits and resources that you weren't aware of. And I know some of you might not be members yet, and you're wondering, why should you bother joining the EI? Well, the EI does have a multitude of benefits and services available to you. So first of all, it can help you to develop your career in energy. It can help you to progress and work towards gaining professional titles. More on that in a few minutes, but just to let you know, the EI has 3 exclusive chartered titles, which you can't get anywhere else with any other professional body. And they are Chartered Energy Manager, Chartered Energy Engineer, and Chartered Petroleum Engineer. And getting chartered status or professional membership in general is like setting the seal on your knowledge and your expertise in energy. It can help you to stand out, it can help you to advance your career, and it can help you to increase your credibility amongst peers and clients. We also offer lots of different training courses in areas like energy management and energy efficiency, human factors, risk management, and more. And as a member, you are entitled to a discounted rate on those training courses. If you want to learn a bit more about those, just go to our website, click on the What's On section, and then click on Training. Earlier this year, in March, we launched our new mentoring platform. It's called EI Connect. It's open to mentors and mentees. It's exclusively for professional members of the EI and associate members of the EI. So you can sign up as a mentee for a number of reasons. You might want to increase your skill set, for example, improve your project management skills or your leadership skills. You might want to learn more about a particular area in energy. Or actually, a lot of people join the scheme, the mentoring platform, because they are working towards professional membership and registration, and they would like some support with that from a mentor. Or flipping it around, you might actually want to sign up as a mentor to give something back to industry, to help others progress and share your knowledge. We also have an online professional development tool. It's called My Career Path. It's free for EI members to use. So you can log your CPD activities on there. You can track your progress, come up with future goals. But what's excellent about My Career Path is that it's structured against the specific competencies that we're looking for in our professional grades and registrations. So if you are looking to apply for professional membership, you can use My Career Path, map your CPD activities against those competencies, and in essence, you're making a massive head start on your application in future. EI membership also gives you access to a wealth of knowledge resources and good practice guidance. I think there are tens of thousands of energy-related resource available on our knowledge website. That includes our e-library and collections on different energy topics that we put together. Our members get an e-newsletter every month called Energy Network, which keeps you up to date on what's going on at the EI and in the energy sector as a whole. And there are also tailored newsletters for our associate members and student members. We also produce 2 monthly magazines called Energy World and Petroleum Review. Again, they are available fully online on our knowledge website. As a member, you'll also be entitled to discounted rates on our technical publications, our industry standards and research papers. They're used widely across the sector, and they're all stored on our publishing website. And a slightly different type of resource, but there is also EI Enable. EI Enable is a free confidential service available 24/7. So if you are going through a particular tough time, you'd like to talk to someone, you'd like some, I don't know, legal advice, financial advice, you'd like advice on unemployment, stress, well-being, whatever it is, you can speak to someone through EI Enable as an EI member. And lastly, membership can help you to get more connected and grow your network. There are discounted rates available on local, national and international events throughout the year. There are also networking opportunities, and I know that's a bit more difficult in the current situation with most events happening online, virtually. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. More events are going to be hybrid, including our International Energy Week, which takes place in February next year. If you want to get more involved with your local branch or young professionals network, I'm sure they would love to hear from you. And if you're not already connected with us on social media, please do so. We're particularly present on LinkedIn and Twitter. And there are plenty of volunteering opportunities. So you might like to get involved in one of our committees or boards, or you just want to have your say and take part in some research we're doing or a new initiative. These options are all available to you as a member. And just to highlight quickly that I've talked about knowledge resources and industry good practice. Well, all that knowledge resource is available on our knowledge website, and all the technical guidance, publications, etc., is available on our publishing site. Okay, so we have 2 separate websites on top of our main EI website, and you can see the URLs on screen there. Okay, so moving swiftly on to the different membership grades that we offer. So this shows our 3 introductory grades of membership. Student is for those who are studying, either at undergraduate, postgraduate, or PhD level, or you might be on an apprenticeship. Affiliates membership on the right in green is for those who either work in energy or just have a general interest in the sector and you want to keep up to date with what's going on. And associate member, or AMEI, in the middle there, is for those who have finished their studies, they want to progress, develop their careers in energy, and work towards professional membership and registration. So for all three of these grades, you can join online. It just takes a few minutes to do so. There's no assessment of your qualifications or experience, and you'll get immediate access to all the benefits and services of membership, many of which I've just gone through. Now, even if you are ready, so you might be an experienced energy professional and you are ready to apply for professional membership or perhaps chartered status. Even if that's the case, you do need to be a member with us first before you can submit that application. So the first mandatory step is to join as an associate member online. Having said that, if you're already an affiliate member and you want to upgrade, that is possible. Next up, we have our three professional grades of membership. So fellow, member, and technician member. And you can see the post-nominals in brackets, so the letters you can put after your name if you're elected. Technician member is for technicians, people that are solving practical technical problems. They're making things work at ground level. They may be involved in the supervision and guidance of other people, but they will have a good knowledge of the energy sector as a whole. Member in the middle there, or MEI, is for experienced, competent professionals who work in energy. Our members are experts in their field. They are innovators. They are working in responsible roles. And they will have experience of managing people and work and projects. And members too will have a good knowledge of the energy sector. And fellow, or FEI, is the highest grade of membership that we offer. Fellow is very much for the leaders in energy. It's for those that make a difference, that contribute a lot to the energy sector. And fellows will have an advanced knowledge of the energy sector. We actually changed the process quite significantly to apply for fellow recently. It now has its own web page on the website, so please do have a look at there. If you go to membership and careers and then click on fellowship, you'll see that page. And to apply for fellow, it's now based on 15 different categories. You can apply based on one only, but up to 3 different categories. And you need to explain why you meet that category by giving an overview of your career in energy. So it's a bit different for fellowship. For member and technician member, you need to put together a written application, which consists of different various documents, and that goes forward to our membership panel for a formal assessment. And for member and technician member, you're being assessed on a specific set of competencies relevant to that grade. For fellowship, which I forgot to mention, your application for fellowship is assessed by our fellowship board, whereas any application for member or technician member goes to our membership panel. And I just wanted to point out that we actually have a fast track route, officially called the professional registrants route, to member and technician member. To be eligible for the fast track route to member, you need to be registered currently as a chartered engineer, incorporated engineer, or chartered environmentalist with a UK professional body or Engineers Island, and you need to be able to show a track record of working in responsible roles in energy. For the fast track route to technician member, or TMEI, you need to be registered already as an engineering technician with another UK professional body or Engineers Island. And again, you need to show that you've got a track record of working in the energy industry. And just to bring it all together, so you can see our 3 professional grades of membership on the left-hand side there. You can apply for one of those on its own. That is a form of professional recognition in itself. but we can also offer additional titles. So we're licensed by the Engineering Council to award Chartered Engineer, Incorporated Engineer, and Engineering Technician registration. And we're also licensed by the Society for the Environment to award Chartered Environmentalist registration. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we have 3 exclusive chartered titles: Chartered Energy Engineer, Chartered Petroleum Engineer, and Chartered Energy Manager. Now, for those additional titles, you can't apply for one of those on their own. You need to apply for those in conjunction with or together with one of our professional grades of membership, unless you already are a professional member with us. Now, as I said, I'm not going to go into too much detail about all the specific requirements for all these titles. We need a lot more time for that. But your first port of call should be to download an application pack for your chosen title from our website. So if you go to the main EI website, click on Membership and Careers, and then click on Membership, you'll see a box for every grade and registration that we offer. Click on that box and download a pack. And that pack contains everything you need to apply, including a really detailed set of guidance notes. So please read those guidance notes before you jump in and start your application. So where do you go from here? What are your next steps? And this will be different for everyone. It depends where you are in your career, or perhaps what stage you are at in the membership journey. The obvious one is to join the EI. If you're listening and you're not yet a member, join us at one of our introductory grades, and then you'll get access straight away to all the benefits and resources. And even if you're already a member, you might not have heard of some of those benefits. So, explore those, get more involved, sign up for another webinar or event, and update your CPD record as you go. A quick note on CPD, it's really important that you need to constantly show that you're learning new skills, that you're building your knowledge and keeping up to date with industry. So CPD is crucial. It's also a requirement as part of your professional membership application. And CPD is not just an academic course. It's not just a technical training course. It's so much more than that. CPD is you listening to this branch event today. It could be mentoring someone else. It could be doing some on-the-job learning or your own research and reading. Okay, CPD encompasses a huge range of different activities. Download the application pack for your chosen title. Get a clear idea of what you need to do by studying the guidance notes. And the biggest challenge is often finding the time to do all of this. We're all very busy people. But try and set some time aside and get started with your application. If you have any questions or concerns, you can speak to the membership team, give us a call, or send us an email to that email address there, membership@energyinst.org. And that's the end of my talk, of my overview. I'm not sure if there are time for questions or if you want to move on to the next segment, but thank you very much for listening, and I hope you found some of that useful.
Thank you, Terry. Yeah, we no questions through as of yet. We'll come back to you if we do get some. Thank you for the overview. Yeah, so all of us guys at the South Wales branch are members of the Energy Institute, and have found it to be a really beneficial organisation to be a member of. Clearly, the energy sector industry is, arguably the most important one to be in for all of us, and how we choose to spend our time in our careers. What an exciting industry to be part of as we transition into, net zero technologies and infrastructure and all that sort of stuff. So what we wanted to do now was to give you a little bit of an introduction into the Southwest and South Wales branch, to just really say hello and say a little bit about what we do. We'd encourage people to, if you are a member of the Energy Institute, but you've not really spoken to us as a branch, to reach out and say hello. We always want to meet members and encourage people to consider if they'd like to be involved in branch activities, and this will be a little bit of an overview around what we do and our kind of plans going forward as well. We'll do that for the next 5-10 minutes or so, then I think we'll take a short break before we kind of reconvene as such. So I'll kick us off, but if maybe Vicky and Flora are standing by as well to provide a bit of input at the end of my kind of intro to it, that would be fantastic. But let me just give a bit of an overview. So I joined the branch, I think, about 2 years ago now, actually. But the branch as a whole has been running, I believe, since the Energy Institute was really established as an organisation back in 2003. So we cover the whole of the southwest, from I think Gloucestershire down to the edge of Cornwall, or end of Cornwall, and the whole of South Wales as well. So I would hazard a guess that we're probably the most geographically diverse and broad area. And clearly, that's one of the reasons we were really keen to put on this conference today, is just highlight the diversity and wealth of projects and expertise in the region, and really celebrate and promote that. But we do have a challenge around, the geography of the region. We moved all of our branch meetings to online, and that's been really successful in being able just to engage across the region. And we have a number of members who represent different areas in the regions and really operate sort of little hubs and locations within those areas. It's pretty standard. We operate quarterly branch meetings, and really our goal is to promote the Energy Institute and membership across the regions and align to Energy Institute priorities as well. And the Energy Institute have been really great at accelerating knowledge and sort of professional comment on topics such as net zero, and also a really important one around Generation 2050 as well, which is about looking towards the next set of kind of talent pipeline for young energy professionals coming through and supporting this longer term transition within the energy industry, and the types of skills and knowledge that we'll need. So we, as Terry's mentioned, we as a branch support professional membership and professional development as well, and look for opportunities to support that. It's really good to be part of a global network, as Terry described as well. There's branch forums which we're involved in, talking about the energy industries across different continents, different countries, and having that global perspective. As a fully paid up member, you do get access to the Energy World magazine, and I think it's Petroleum World magazine, but the Energy World one's a really good one. Another really important thing to say is that there's the young persons networks. It's called the YPN, and there may be people from a younger age bracket we hope on the call today as well, and we're really trying to promote this kind of crossover between established energy professionals and maybe some of those professionals that sort of reaching the conclusion of their careers, and younger people coming through into the industry, and trying to do this sort of crossover of knowledge and transfer of knowledge and skills and understanding and all that sort of thing as well. So we work really closely with our young professionals network members across our branch, and we've really integrated both those activities as one whole. Branch is supported by volunteers, and without volunteers it really wouldn't happen. And as I say, branch members are those guys who have been hosting the panels today, so again, thanks to them. We serve around 1,000 members across the region, across that large diverse geography, as I've mentioned, particularly clusters around Bristol and Cardiff, and would encourage others to get in contact if you represent a certain region and you'd like to join with others and meet others in that region. Way we're structured, we have a chair. So our current chair is Dr. Rob Cook, who's one of the partners at Borough Happold, which is a urban design agency with the headquarters in Bath. The vice chair, myself as secretary, we have a treasurer, and we have an events and engagement lead as well. We also include our YPM members within our branch committee. We took a decision as a branch really last year, before the pandemic happened, that we would develop a branch charter, which is really around this overriding theme of the climate emergency and the transition towards a net zero future, which is very much aligned with the Energy Institute, but also very much aligned to our own personal passions and interests as well. So we've really been developing our activities around that. What we try and do is we want to provide a program of technically orientated lectures, site visits, networking events throughout the year. And we also work very closely with other institutions. So, for example, the Institute of Civil Engineers, we work really closely with and cross-pollinate and share on different events that we're doing. So there's always a good diverse amount of things to attend and be part of. We organise career talks with the universities, particularly in Cardiff, Swansea and the Bristol universities. And we're also looking to do sort of engage with our physical in-person site visits. So it'd be nice to see people in person later on in the year. And what we're going to do is look at our membership, I think, geographically, and then try and work out a series of site visits across the kind of expanse of the region. So particularly if you're on the event today and you're part of an interesting project going on across the region and you'd like to host a visit from us, we'd love to hear from you, so please get in touch. Saying that our next session is going to be on the 14th of September. That's going to be an online event again. That's going to be with a company called Ardell Power. And what Ardell Power do is they have developed a technology around carbon reactor units. And those units create a sustainable baseload of energy, which is non-polluting and low cost. And they do that by utilising waste fossil fuels and carbon feedstock fuels, such as coal waste, industrial waste, agricultural waste, food waste. So they develop energy from that and then also capture the byproducts in a carbon capture system and create things such as urea fertilizer. So it's kind of one of these things which incorporates a lot of great circular economy principles as well. So that will be our next online session, and that is part of a series of net zero sessions which we're going to be running following this conference. So continuing that theme. So this is very much the start of a longer series of sessions, and we'd encourage everyone to keep an eye out for that. So it's going to be the 14th of September from 6 p.m. You should be able to find the details now or very shortly on the Energy Institute branch website, which I'll put a link to in the chat in just a minute. So yeah, and apart from that kind of professional technical stuff, we also try and meet up and do social things as well. So particularly after those site visits, I'm sure we'll find a bar somewhere to socializing and to build our contacts and relationships as well. So what I'll do is I'll just invite maybe Vicky first, if you're around, to just say a little bit about yeah, I mean, feel free to introduce yourself. We know we were hosting a panel later, but maybe you just talk a little bit about the membership from your perspective and why you think it's a good thing to be part of.
Sure, thanks, James. So I embarked on my second career back in 2002, and I have a transfer from being very much a materials focused person to being more of an energy focused person. And I joined the Energy Institute as a student member while I was doing my doctorate. And my second career and my Energy Institute membership have kind of grown up together. So from being a student member and taking part in student presentation competitions and attending the local events, as I moved into actually being gainfully employed again, I was invited to join the committee for the branch. I've had a few different roles with the committee. I started off as membership officer, and also it was a kind of combined role of membership officer, which is helping people who are looking to join the Institute to go through the process, to make sure they got the contacts they needed, to go through their interviews, to coordinate interviewers, and also running events to try and help people see the point of having membership of the branch. I've also noticed the Energy Institute sort of overall feel change in that time. When I joined, it was quite a petroleum-based institute. Even though it was called the Energy Institute, it had come from the Institute of Petroleum, had been a major partner of the two institutes which joined to form the Energy Institute. And renewable energy was, kind of seen as a little bit off on the far side, just a little interesting thing, but not a major player. So as I've grown up in my profession, moved from being a student to a researcher to a lecturer to an associate professor at the Welsh School of Architecture. I've also moved through being a student member, a chartered engineer with the Energy Institute, and finally a fellow with the Energy Institute. And I've also seen that shift from renewable energies being something interesting on the sideline to really understood as a major player in the energy industry that we have. And it's been really useful for me that the Energy Institute has been quite a broad institute, because when we're working here at the School of Architecture, so many aspects of energy are important to us. There's the bits which everybody recognises, which is buildings use energy. So we have the operational energy, and we want to be energy efficient. And when we need energy, because obviously we can't always get it down to needing no energy, that we can use renewable energy. But there's all the other aspects which also relate to the built environment. There's the embodied energy of what we actually make buildings from. There's the fact that we should consider when we're creating buildings, how people get to them. So we've got the transport energy involved. We've got to consider what fuels are going to be used in the building, so that we can make sure that that can be incorporated in the design. So the fact that it's been quite a broad church has been really useful for my experience within the branch. So that's a kind of run through of my, I'm going to admit to 15 years with the Energy Institute. Was Flora going to say a few words, or?
I'm not sure if Flora's still with us.
Right. I didn't want to take up too much time and deprive anybody else of an opportunity, but I think I've probably whittled on enough about my enthusiasm. I certainly, after 15 years, I'm still on the committee, still taking up different roles. At one point, I was vice chair, and I was around about the time that the YPNs were being encouraged. And I have to say, do get encouraged if you're at that stage in your career. Then please do get involved in the YPNs, or if you feel that maybe the YPN's a little bit in your past, then do volunteer to come and join us on the branch. There's plenty of work to go around, and we're always appreciative of people bringing in new ideas for what we can do. I mean, certainly this year, I think we've all found a major transition from what we've done in the past to all the digital working, and hopefully going forward, we're going to be able to have that hybrid of we can do some things which are online to keep our footprint down, but we can still meet up in different ways so that we can get back to having sort of proper socializing, as James mentioned. So I think we're just going to give everybody a little break for a little while and come back at 1:10. Is that right, James?
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. Yeah, so yeah, as I say, anyone on the call who's not currently involved in the branch, if it sounds like something you might like to be involved in, please get in touch and we'll have a chat with you. Yeah, as Vicky says, always open to new ideas and new people getting involved, so that'd be great. Yeah, thank you for staying with us. Still great numbers on the call, which is fantastic. We're going to take a quick break now, just to allow us guys. Oh, Peter.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you'd like me to say something. We have a bit of time, and you from the other end of the age spectrum might well help.
Yeah, please do, Pete. Yeah.
I like Vicky. I joined not the Energy Institute. I joined the Institute of Fuel, actually, even before the Institute of Petroleum, and I was graduated as a chemical engineer from Sheffield University, and the professor that was the professor of our faculty, he was actually the president of the Institute of Fuel at the time I graduated. So it wasn't difficult for me to work out as a streetwise graduate, that the best way of getting to chartership quickly would be to have Professor Beer to initial off my application. So I actually became chartered quite early, at the age of 26. I then went into industry, and most of the way through industry, I have to confess, didn't use the Institute of Fuel or the Institute of Energy as a homing point. I still see in my career that it was a major impact on me when I became chartered. It allowed me to move forward with my profession, and that was good. Wind that forward 45, 50 years, then last year I did a presentation to the energy graduates in Exeter University, and they asked me to summarize my career and the impact that the Energy Institute had had it. And that was quite a challenge. But it's always good to talk about oneself, and I went through that presentation, again emphasizing always that the key point is to get to a professional engineering status, and you can't do that without an engineering institution. And if you're working in the energy field, then there is absolutely no doubt that the Energy Institute is the best way forward. The presentation was quite well received, and it was interesting in reflecting back on my career that most of the opportunities were being in the right time and place. There's only so much you can do to say this is going to be my career. So it's a matter of doing the job that you've got at the time, making sure you're professionally qualified so that you get the work that's worth doing, and then taking opportunities as they come. Through that, I had a great fun developing large thermal power stations, and it ended in a very large international consultancy heading up the thermal power development internationally, with large power and desal plants in the Middle East. It's quite tremendous looking back where I got to. If I wind back that 40 years or so, no way did I think I'd be dealing with power stations, and no way did I think I'd be working in a consultancy. So that was the message, is that to the graduates or undergraduates, was get yourself in a line to get professionally qualified, then follow the opportunities. When I finished my long-term association with the big company I work for, I then moved into setting up my own consultancy, working freelance, and then along came COVID. I had some fun working at a biomass plant, waste wood to energy in Margam for 9 months or so, but it's hard work when your only contact with people is virtual to move that freelance opportunity forward. So I'm hoping for good times to come fairly shortly. James, I don't know if anybody's shutting me off yet, but I thought I'd just give you that bit of verbal there.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. No, it's really good actually. I mean, we all have different backgrounds and experiences, and I think that's partly what makes the institute really great, and what we're trying to foster with the branch, as well as to really have a community of people who've worked in the sector, all with different experiences, many with shared experiences and common contacts as well. And yeah, just to foster that community, and always great to hear people's personal stories. So thanks Pete, and thanks to Vicky as well. We'll pick up the second half of the session today. So yeah, really enjoyable first half. lots of content covered. Thanks again to all our panelists. If you weren't able to join us earlier, the session is being recorded, and recording of it will be available on the Energy Institute YouTube channel shortly after today. So you'll be able to look back at earlier panels. The structure of the day has all been about really panel discussions and some presentations to showcase some of the great work at projects and organisations around net zero in the South West and South Wales region. And so that's why we're all here today. We've already heard from Juliet Davenport from previously from Good Energy, was the founder and CEO of Good Energy. We had from Atia Andres from National Grid, talking to us about the management of the grids in terms of new renewables coming online and offering more flexibility and decarbonising the grid. From Chris Williams at the South Wales Industrial Cluster and the great work they're doing there around decarbonisation of heavy industry. Heard from Keith Bushell from Airbus, which was really fascinating to hear about some of the innovations in aviation and what Airbus are striving to achieve and their own ambitions around becoming a net zero organisation. They're from Natalie Rees from Transport from Wales about the challenges of decarbonising the traffic system for Wales, particularly in rural areas across Wales, and the types of challenges that causes. And we heard from Oliver Coltman from the West of England Combined Authority, talking about the future transport zone from the West of England Combined Authority and the types of innovations and structures they're looking at to support this transition towards net zero. Still to come, we have a panel discussion around net zero regions and cities, which will start very shortly. We have a final panel for the day around 2 p.m, which will be on net zero policy and management, so the net zero regions and cities panel now, then followed by the net zero policy and management panel, which will feature University of Exeter, University of Cardiff and Regen, and we aim to finish around 3 p.m. today. We encourage everyone to say hello in the chat if you haven't already. Let us know who you are, where you're from, and to get in contact with us at the South West and South Wales branch of the Energy Institute as well. We're always looking for people to get involved in our activities. And yeah, we're also encouraging questions for our panelists today. So as our panelists go through their presentations and as we have some time for Q&A, please do put some questions. There's a Q&A box down at the bottom, and you'll be able to post your questions to our panelists. So I think I can see that everyone I was expecting to arrive has arrived for my panel, which is Net Zero Regions and Cities. So we'll get kicked off with that. Just as a little bit of background, so I'm really interested in how cities operate in particular, and we know that globally more and more people are moving towards cities, and that's where the majority of the world's population lives. So if we're going to transition and target a net zero world, we need to both tackle the carbon challenge at a national, an international, but also a local level. So really this is what this panel is all about, sort of hearing from some of our speakers around the work they're doing at a more regional and local level to support authorities, regional authorities, but also business communities and citizens as well, to understand the net zero challenge and get to grips with that. Now, we were supposed to have a panel of 3, so we're actually missing one of our panelists this afternoon, unfortunately. He's had some bad family news, unfortunately, so we wish him all the best, but wasn't able to join us today. That was James Sterling from Bristol City Council, who is the comms and engagement lead for the energy service at Bristol City Council. He was going to talk to us about the City Leap programme that Bristol City Council are running. It's something I know a little bit about, so I'm just going to attempt just to describe what that is in a few minutes, just because I feel that people might be interested in that as a topic, and I'll put a link to where people can find out more as well into the chat. So I'll sort of de facto into the first member of our panel and try not to upstage what James would have talked about, but just to give a flavour on that, and then we'll, I think next up we would go into Simon Lannon from Cardiff University, and then finish with Nick Holding from the Southwest Manufacturing Advice Service to talk a little bit about the work they're doing, and we'll have time for Q&A following that as well. So just to start us off, and just to give a little bit of a flavour on what we're missing from James Sterling, who we will invite back to a future session to speak to us. I just wanted to say a little bit about what that was. And this comes from my background in terms of working with the City Council. Oh, I can see David Gray's here as well. Brilliant. Thank you, David. Potentially. Well, let me come to you, David, afterwards. So I can see one of my ex-colleagues, David Gray from Bristol City Council, was commented on the chat that he's actually here as well, so he can probably pick up and correct me in some spaces. But let me just give a little brief intro to it. So my background, yes, so I worked for Bristol City Council for about 5 years, and then moved across to Bristol Energy, and was Innovation Programme Manager at Bristol Energy, and working very closely with colleagues at Bristol City Council and the Bristol City Council Energy Service team, in terms of City Leap. So Bristol was the first UK city to declare a climate emergency and the first to commit to being a carbon neutral city by 2030. So it's always been an ambitious city, and that was laying out its plans and its ambitions to the rest of the world. And for a long time, over the past 15 years or so, the City Council's invested heavily in a wide range of energy programs to support energy efficiency, investing in generation initiatives. They own a wind turbine, and they're looking to invest in some battery storage as well. And they spent a lot of money on tackling their own energy estate and providing, generating that, so that was going to be fit for the future really, and transitioning it towards an estate which was fit for achieving net zero in terms of the council estate. The City Leap programme itself is really quite an innovative programme. It's pretty unique across the UK as far as I know, and was probably one of the first to do so. It was an investment prospectus, a £1 billion investment prospectus, looking for private investment partners to provide funding for the transition to a low carbon energy system. So investment into low carbon energy generation and infrastructure within the city, and working with the council was very much in partnership with them, and the council obviously providing access into local infrastructure and activities as well. So that's something which is ongoing. I believe there's a shortlist now for the City Leap programme for the investment partners into that, and that's going through a very strict procurement regime with the City Council. But the intention of it really is that it provides this investment for the type of infrastructure and job creation and economic kind of platform really for the city to decarbonise and empower the city to take the future of its own carbon challenge in its own hands really. So it's quite a localism sort of inspired portfolio. And it's going to do that through a few things. So it's looking at building out a citywide heat network, which is very much in the stages of doing. And as you can imagine, the City Council ability to influence planning and policy and support the closure of roads and access and things like that is very important for when you're trying to do this heavy infrastructure work. So building out a heat network system. It's looking at the investment to support smart local energy grids to enable energy flexibility, to invest into domestic energy efficiency and retrofit, and similar with commercial energy efficiency, to support renewable generation and more renewable generation, solar, wind, etc., as well as the infrastructure required for that, and then also to support the transport system to shift to low or no emission transport and the associated infrastructure. And I will put a little link on the chat here as well. But what I might try and do is see if I can invite David Gray, who I know is in our audience, to say a few words. So I think I can click a button which allows David to talk. So special guest, we weren't expecting David Gray. Yeah, if you'd like, if maybe just a few minutes, if that's okay. We haven't got loads of time, but sort of 5 minutes or so to maybe outline from your perspective or correct me where I was wrong. David, over to you. I think we've just gone on mute.
I've upgraded him to a panelist, so he should be able to speak now.
Great.
Okay. Hello, James. Yeah, I'm more than happy to help. I think you captured the essence of it. We sort of, for a long time, the council, like with many local authorities, has been trying to sort of develop and improve the energy efficiency of its own estate and support initiatives, particularly around fuel poverty, and trying to sort of promote and develop renewable energy in the Bristol area. The problem that we've always encountered with this is it takes a significant amount of money to solve a big problem. And particularly at the moment with the pandemic, the council is short of funds. But even before that, the scale of investment was beyond what you could normally do with a local authority. And so the idea behind the City Leap initiative was how do we leverage commercial investment into the Bristol area in a joint venture, in a joint partnership. So it is still led and directed by the council, but we can bring in a partner who has the expertise and the investment. And we're talking about something like £1 billion worth of investment over the 20-year period. And you have to do it on that sort of scale to make a difference. As you mentioned, Bristol was one of the first to declare a climate emergency, but we followed it up with some very detailed action plans. So we have the One City plan sets out in great detail how the cities, not just the council's own estate, but how the city as a whole can transit to carbon neutrality by 2030. And the work that the One City partner would deliver is critical to that, whether it's to do with decarbonising heat. As you say, we're developing heat networks in the city centre. We have big plans to expand that, including potentially a strategic heat network out to larger sources of waste heat. And we've got our own renewable energy systems. We're looking to promote and develop other renewable energy systems in the area, because as we shift to electrified heat, the electricity demand is going to increase in the city. We need to work with the DNO to develop the infrastructure to support that. We need to work out where we're going to get the power from. So this is all encompassed within the City Leap initiative. And if James had been here, I'm sure he'd have some pictures to show you.
Yeah, thank you, David. I really appreciate you stepping in there. And yeah, James Sterling is usually a good one for a good PowerPoint as well. So we are missing out, unfortunately. But yeah, we will invite him back. But thank you, David. And yeah, perhaps if you could stay on as a new panelist for us, there may be a few questions which I might send your way. But thank you for that. What we'll do now is we'll move over to Simon Lannon. So Simon, thank you very much for joining us. Simon is a Senior Research Fellow at the Welsh School of Architecture with expertise in building physics, building simulation, building energy consumption, modelling at urban scale. And he's also a module leader for low carbon buildings, an investigation of the built environment. I believe a colleague of Vicky's as well. So thank you, Simon. Please feel free to share your screen. I believe you've got some slides for us.
Okay, thanks very much. So hopefully you can see that. Very simple slide. So I was asked to talk about some of the research that we've been undertaking at the Welsh School of Architecture over the last 10 years. I've been working on energy efficiency since the 80s, and it's been called many things. Recently, we've been looking at low carbon. Obviously, net zero is another term, and I'd like to come back to that in terms of actually the language we use. So I'm going to talk about two particular projects that we're working on that sort of are retrofitting buildings. So we're looking at existing stock, particularly because around 80% of the stock that we have now will be still in existence by 2050. In fact, probably more than that. So there's sort of two pieces of research we did, and the outcomes of those were around strong visions of the future and also about detailed modelling of the building stock. So how do we do that in great detail? So so the first project we did was called Retrofit 2050. Now this retrofit word is critical to us, and when we were working in a large interdisciplinary team, one of the things we really felt that we needed to do was to sort of define what retrofit meant. It's important to understand that. I think this has relevance to the idea of net zero as well. How far do we go? Where do we think about the actual, do we think about delivered energy? Do we think about embodied energy? Do we think about the whole life cycle? So there's an interesting thing that net zero really needs to reflect on. Any conversation around that is, where do we put our boundaries? So for us, we really picked one particular sort of definition around retrofit, and that was a directed alteration of a fabric or system in order to improve the energy and water and waste efficiency. So this sort of idea that we wanted to go just beyond retrofit for sort of delight, as you might say, or sort of just improvement, to a sort of more directed efficiency improvement as well. So we were thinking that maybe the existing stock would be the major focus, but also this idea of a new stock. So that's sort of replacement as being a catalyst for change. That's one of the important things to think of when we talk about sort of a whole system or an urban scale or a city, is that retrofit can be boosted by a new build as well. So the two working together. So the vision of this project was to deliver, how do we deliver a step change? This is not about moving forward step by step. This is actually just a big step, leap forward perhaps. And it's interesting listening to some of the conversations people talks earlier on around this sort of this need to move on from the business as usual. And Bristol's, as James is describing around Bristol's work, it is about taking forward something that we already know can be done, but actually at a larger scale. So we worked with many stakeholders, and there was a very large project. We had teams from a number of universities, including Salford, Reading, Cambridge, and various others, and obviously Cardiff ourselves. And we were then working with stakeholders in two areas, and that was Greater Manchester and Cardiff and South Wales region. And the real joy of those two regions is they're very different. Greater Manchester is quite similar in some ways to the way that Bristol thinks. It's a little bit more leaning towards the sort of the financial sort of process. Bristol's slightly different, and we did do some work in Bristol as well at the time. And those two areas have very different governance. They are very different in the way that they're governed. And the Greater Manchester, as I say, tends to look at itself as being a pathfinder, something that's as an alternative to London, as somewhere that's a powerhouse. And Cardiff, led by the Welsh government, is much more about a sort of social agenda. So there's a kind of interesting juxtaposition between these two sorts of areas. So we had a large number of stakeholders, including many influential academics and government advisors, who then led us through a process of understanding how we might go forward with the project. So the project came through 8 critical factors. Now it's interesting, again, talking, earlier on, we hear these sorts of are now quite commonly brought forward. So this work was done in about 5-6 years ago. So the idea of an inclusive agenda. So it's not just about sort of governance in terms of the local authority. It's about bringing in other people who can help that move forward. There's this idea of compelling city vision. So this vision of what that will be, and Bristol again have a vision of what they want to be, and that's important that we have those visions. And then this is the bit that, of course, interests me, is improving the modelling and decision making we make. How do we do that? How do we move that forward? Some of the other stuff that kind of came through quite clearly was that we need more capacity for planning and governance. Access to green finance is critical, and effective partnerships. And those are all things that have been discussed, which is great. We've been on this panel together, but those are sort of things that are really critical, and we need to be innovative in how we do that. But the final one is, how do we do this? We have to have a whole systems approach. We cannot think of just the domestic buildings on their own. We can't think of the non-domestic buildings. We can't think of transport. We have to think of it as a whole process. Otherwise, the transition will become disjointed. So what I'm going to do is today is I'm going to focus on just those two ideas. The one is the city vision, and also then this modelling. So what the modelling needs from that vision. So why do we create visions? Well, there's an idea that we need to have an end goal, and we have a very strong deadline of 2050. And it's about what would 2050 look like, but it has to be utopian. Otherwise, a dystopian future is no value at all. We don't want to aim for something we don't want. So it's about aiming for something we want. How do we get there is really important. So there's some really interesting methodologies around this. And one's called backcasting, where you set your vision and then you walk backwards in terms of creating narratives of how you might get there. So it's clearly there's plenty of good sort of utopian perhaps visions, and some less so as well in the general sort of psyche, as you might say. So the three visions we came to with this sort of idea of three distinct visions of a city. One is a smart network city, and that's sort of like a information-rich environment, very sort of integrated with the physical world. Efficiency through automation. It's a very market orientated, and in some ways it's already emerging through things like Google and autonomous driving and all those sorts of other processes. A very sophisticated network city. The compact city is a very different thinking. It's about something that draws in its resources and tries to be very efficient about how it does everything in terms of infrastructure and land use. So it's really kind of bringing itself together. It could be considered quite European in terms of the European city, how those vibrant European cities work. And then the final one, which was two actually, was self-reliant and Get Green, but it merged together because they became very similar. And it's about creating a boundary, understanding how the city develops everything it needs within its own confines. So it's trying to be lived within its own means in some ways. So one of the things we did is we took those visions of a kind of national visions outside London. London is very different, and how those might be transferred to South Wales. So the South Wales visions became this very simple connected Cardiff, a very Google-esque view of how we might deal with data. The interesting one for Cardiff was this idea of a compact Cardiff. How do we then restrict the transport, draw the transport in, and then wildernise, actually rewild the valleys. So basically reduce the population in the valleys. This was very controversial at the time, and obviously it was an interesting sort of process, but allowed us to sort of discuss what those two processes might be. And then again, a simple sort of orchard city region. So something again which would have a very local bounded sort of development of its infrastructure. So those visions can then be taken forward. So what we're thinking about is how we then do the modelling on that. And one of the things we've done, so lots of modelling over the years about how we get to city futures. We have some examples here of where we might have a user interface where you can decide what level of grid efficiencies are improved, or decarbonisation, what level of energy efficiency, what level of behaviour change. So that's the top right-hand one. And then there's this sort of idea as well that when we think about modelling, we need to place the modelling within the context of what we call a design space or a modelling space, let's say. So at the moment, we tend to think of low land use change, market-led, as being a very sophisticated, that's the business as usual framework. But we need to think more dynamically, more flexibly in terms of our thinking about where our drivers and how much change we have to do. If we limit our modelling to this small little boundary in the bottom right, in the graph at the bottom right, then we don't see the whole picture. We can't ever test anything out. So one of the examples of that is when we were working with Welsh Government, we were asked to then develop a decarbonisation process for the all Welsh stock. So I'm going to move on to that and explain what we were doing. So within that modelling, we took the step of saying, well, we need to know 3 waypoints in terms of time, but also we need to understand the stock as a whole, and also we need to understand how those what we call retrofit narratives work. So how do we actually retrofit the individual homes? So there's this sort of idea that you're trying to push the model space, the design space that you're working in as wide as you can. So what that really kind of distinctly means is the sort of, you need to consider the stock. So the stock to start with in Wales is represented, we can represent it in a particular way. It's called archetypes. And the idea is you have the type of home. So that's whether it's a house, an end terrace, semi-thatched, a flat. And when it was built, the built age for houses is very important in terms of its energy efficiency. So pre-1990 solid wall, and then you get the cavity wall development, and then post-1990 has insulation in it. So these taxonomies or archetypes allow us to represent all the stock, and we picked 14, which represent 84% of the stock, which gives us a really good sort of view of what might happen. So we're already starting to make it slightly more complicated than just one typical house. We're already looking at sort of 14. We then think about how do we go forward with this? And this was then what was really nice, again, working in a larger team. We then went to that team and said, what would you consider those retrofit narratives? How do we retrofit a particular house? So there's good practice, that's basically business as usual. It's quite simple in terms of cost effectiveness, skills availability. It's all there, it's very current in the marketplace. And the primary energy there was gas. And at the time, we were very much focusing on, being told to look at this in terms of the costs to the householders. There's a really important part about this, is that the fuel costs were also important as well. Best practices is aspirational. This is possible. It has environmental impact as a priority. So this is going way beyond what existing building regulations. And again, decarbonisation, this is where you're going to the electricity supply for your heat. So those two are the kind of business as usual and aspirational. But we also realise that 10% of the stock in Wales is heritage. So how do we deal with that? Again, it's about being sort of picking the sort of the retrofit measures that are applicable, and then moving forward, it would be again mains gas, or at the time, hydrogen wasn't very much on the agenda. And rural, that poses a completely different set of problems in terms of the way that we work with that, and we had to think about the energy conservation, the grid vulnerability. So we looked at balancing on-site and renewable technologies, and thinking about battery storage as well. So that sort of idea of a more complex rural 10%. We also then have to think about the scenarios of the grid. And so our scenario one was this very modest improvement on existing supply. And what we did there is we didn't want to say this is going to get really good. This is not, we wanted to make sure that we understood what would happen if it stayed as it was. So this is very much a scenario going forward of minor improvement. Scenario two is much more optimistic and probably quite achievable by all the standards we all understand. And this research is 2 years old, and it's already subtly out of date in terms of that scenario two. Scenario two could probably go further. And scenario three was representation of it was a transformative national grid. So taking that forward in a really big way. So what does it look like? And this is where it comes down to the sort of the outcomes. What's quite striking is with the first two scenarios, we can't achieve what the target was, which was a 95%. We can achieve an 80% target reduction, but we can't achieve a 95%. And so on the bottom, we have the things that you can do to a building. So we go through, obviously we had to start in 1990 because we were talking about the decarbonisation against that point. Thinking about how the scenario of about 36% improvement already at that point in 2018 of the decarbonisation already occurred. We could then look at what would happen if we decarbonise beyond that into those three scenarios. Then we upgrade the services where we look going new gas boilers in some of them, but mostly it's decarbonise electrical heat pumps, and then adding renewables. And then it goes into the kind of more business as usual roof, air tightness, how leaky the home is in terms of the air ventilation, walls, floors, windows. And then the final one, which is the most difficult, is people. How do we make their improvements? And what you can see is that scenario one, if we carry on where we are now, we won't get anywhere near 95%. So we have to push on. So the outcomes of the research, we were really lucky to be a part of a very large team, and this independent review of affordable housing supply. Basically we kind of had this a way of thinking about how we might take this forward. So we basically recommended a number of things, and one is that the UK government needs to be lobbied by the Welsh government to go beyond its sort of business as usual, even the aspirational levels of decarbonisation. One of the things that became clear as we were going through this is that if we transfer to heat to electricity, fuel bills will go up unless you offset that with other demand reduction or renewables. And those sorts of, that narrative around actually we need to be careful of people how they live is really important, going beyond the meter, as you might say, as Juliet said earlier on, about the idea that we need to deliver to people as well. And this led us to this idea that we should be becoming kind of that all homes should be at a certain level. And that level should be what is basically a current building regs, or just beyond current building regs, new build home. So we need to retrofit to that level. However, we know that there's some constraints, but these need to be really carefully managed. And so one of the things we recommended is that we focus with Welsh Government Take Forward was a research project, is to look at the social homes. And so that's what they're doing right now. And they're doing some really sophisticated optimized retrofit program at the moment with a company called Saro, looking at around 1,800 homes to retrofit those to a very high standard. So we're really fortunate that the research we've done has led to some policy changes. I'm going to leave it at that, and hopefully I've covered everything I was asked to.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, it's really comprehensive, and yeah, I mean, it's really great, isn't it? I think to also begin to bring into the conversation the kind of social aspects of it as well, and the kind of, you know, having a transition, but it must be an inclusive transition. And yeah, it'd be great to pick up on some of those points in the Q&A bit. Nick, if you are there, and if you're able to start your video and share your screen, if you have some slides, and
yep, sure.
Over to you, Nick. Nick is the Managing Director at Southwest Manufacturing Advice Service.
No problem. Just 2 seconds. So can you all see that okay?
Yep.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay. So my expertise is more around the SME and manufacturing and industrial base infrastructure, and what we're doing to try and work with them to achieve net zero. Listening to the presentation from Simon, there's quite a lot of synergies in terms of actually, I think, scoping this down to something that's meaningful is one of the biggest challenges. And I think where we sit is we believe that to achieve net zero, that does need to include continuing to make things in the UK. And what we're trying to do then is to look at how can we enable companies to be as competitive as possible using energy efficiency and net zero as part of this through both Somerset Energy Innovation Centre and a programme which we're launching called Make It Net Zero, which I'll come on to a little bit later. So I was asked to cover some things around what are the drivers for change that we're seeing, and what are some of the activities and steps that businesses are sort of feeding back that they can do to help. So I think you can read the quote directly on there. I think there's a very there's an increasing awareness at all levels, all the way through the supply chain, that net zero, climate change, and the need to improve energy efficiency is continuing to grow. At this moment in time, I would say that we're seeing the trailblazers who are really getting on board with this and adopting it. And they're looking at this wholeheartedly, trying to see what they can do to go forward. But the drivers that we're actually seeing as the reasons why people are starting to go on the journey to try and make this commitment to net zero and what they can do to achieve it are primarily driven through those trailblazers by sort of social drivers. And what I mean by that is most of the firms we speak to, there's a resounding, repeating sort of message, which is they want to be able to look their grandchildren or children in the eye and say, we didn't just stand by and not do anything as part of this. So those social drivers, in terms of being able to say that they played their part in trying to do something about this, rather than just standing back and waiting for the results, is one of the key things. And I think a lot of the business owners we speak to, that's probably first and foremost what the drivers are for the companies that we see that are going forward with this at this moment in time. The second group seem to be driven by sort of personal beliefs and a personal ethos, whether that be through full corporate social responsibility. Often we're seeing increasing numbers of things like B Corp standards starting to come through. The third group are being driven, or showing an interest rather than being driven is probably the best way to describe it, by customers. So they've started to see things creeping into tender documents or to communications with their customers where they're being asked around this, and they're starting to have to respond to it and feel slightly uncomfortable that they're not able to respond in the way they would like to. And then the fourth group is around sort of trying to start the journey for economic benefits. But I would really say that the majority of firms that we're working with at this moment in time are starting this primarily and because of those social drivers and the need to try and do something for the next generation. So why are businesses responding? Well, there's been a survey by Accenture, and again, some of these points are echoed in the communications that we're having with businesses, that they believe that the upcoming next generation of millennials, that they put a stronger benefit on some of the social and environmental aspects of products than previous generations may do. So therefore, if they're looking for the long term and looking at how they can start to increase their market share, they're looking at, actually, we want to make sure that we're able to communicate how this is sourced, how this is having a low environmental impact, to be able to make sure they don't cut off a potential market in the future, as well as sort of some of the corporate social benefits. I think this is sort of the expected benefits that they're coming through. One of the things they're struggling with is often how do they quantify those benefits in starting this journey. So we've seen things like customer savings per employee. Is that one of the incentives they've looked to put through? Do they expect in going through to net zero to get better employee engagement? Do they expect it to improve customer loyalty, new markets for growth, or to generate business growth itself? Those businesses that are starting this are seeing some of those benefits, but it's difficult at this stage to quantify them to exact hard figures, I think, because most of the firms don't really know the best place to start, and are starting from quite a low level. Because we focus mainly within the SME segment of the market, some of the corporate reporting standards, the larger firms, the 250 plus and the higher turnover firms have been exposed to through legislation, haven't been cascaded down yet. So whilst everybody expects this to start coming through, because it's not actually hit them yet, they're not necessarily starting on those journeys. But these are the sort of expected benefits they see from going through this. And equally, they see a big challenge in terms of, if they start this in their business, the businesses are often getting confused as to, well, actually, where do I scope this? What do I need to do? Where do I draw the boundary between what's actually my product and what's part of the supply chain? And you look at these things, and it's really, the companies are grappling with, where do I draw those lines? Because it's not clear. If I buy something from a stockist down the road, do I take it as the distance it's traveled from the stockist? Do I take it all the way back to the raw material coming out to the earth? And the companies are looking at, how do we make this simple and build the infrastructure to be able to do this? And effectively, what we're trying to encourage them to do is to start doing something rather than waiting for the clarity on all of this, and then making it simpler and easier for them to access. So what we're trying to do is, we've taken some of there's a massive data around this, which is part of the challenge for the SME community as well, because there's SME Climate Hub, UN Race to Net Zero. There's huge amounts of data on how to do this, but often it's quite complicated, and you can almost be blinded by the amount of data if you're not clear on, or not familiar with this as a sort of business owner, which is typically who we're working with. So what we've tried to encourage them to do is to take the sort of exponential roadmap, one of the playbooks that is out there, and take the sort of 4 steps to net zero. First of all, just start focusing on their own emissions. Do something about that to start the process. Then look at trying to reduce their value chain emissions. Start building it into their overall strategy, and start trying to then influence others to help take action. And when you get to stage 3 and 4, we're trying to keep this relatively simple around actually start communicating and making these commitments public to start helping that influence. Because one of the key factors we found in terms of influencing and take up of the program is often it's when companies are seeing a peer company benefit from something like this, and they feel as though they're falling behind. That's one of the biggest drivers from the non-trailblazing group that starts to come through. So I think that's what we're trying to do. So we've created a relatively simple program that's linked to Somerset Energy Innovation Centre, where we're trying to just demystify as much of this as possible. So we're spending some time with the businesses, giving them an initial review and diagnostic. This includes a carbon benchmark to scope 1 and 2 in line with the international standards. We will look to go to scope 3 in the future. What we're then looking to try and do is prioritize where they can have the biggest impact on their business today. So by understanding it, trying to encourage the business to make a commitment as to when they believe they can physically achieve net zero on a practical basis, and then creating an action plan as to how they're going to get from where they are today to where they need to be by 2030, 2040 or 2050. And ideally, that is going to need expertise and support from all sorts of individuals, partners, universities, research organizations. And what we're looking to do is to partner with those companies and those individuals who are specialists in each of these areas, so that we can help connect them to those firms to make sure the firms are getting the best support possible to help them on that journey. I was also asked to do a little bit on what do we think needs to be done to incentivize businesses to move on with their journey. So I think the key thing is simplifying the route and support to achieve net zero. I think there needs to be clear communications, probably from government, around what that looks like. Make it really, really straightforward and try and encourage companies to go on the journey to start with. I think there could be more that's done to incentivize companies to go forward with technology adoption and carbon reductions, both for retrofit and for actual process technology adoption as well within their own businesses. I think there's a massive opportunity to incentivize full supply chain carbon assessment as part of sourcing decisions, which would hopefully help drive a true environmental impact decision of the sourcing on procurement decisions. And I think, you know, I am certainly as a company, we're working on the basis that we want to be making things in this country still. And I think that if we can create the right climate for that, those sourcing decisions to include the actual supply chain carbon impact, I think that provides a huge opportunity for the UK to focus, to invest, focus and promote and export potentially the capabilities we have here. And I think finally, if we are looking at what we can do to help businesses on the journey, I think we really need to focus on incentivization rather than penalising those that sort of don't go on the journey, at least in the first instance, because I think we'll get a lot more people taking it up than we will if we just hold back and wait for a non-compliance situation, as is being done on other areas at the moment. So I was only given about 10 minutes. I think I've probably used that. So I'll stop there. And if there's any questions, happy to take them shortly.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. That's yeah, really fantastic insight to bring into the conference, I believe, which is you know, the insight of businesses, manufacturers, you know, trying to run a commercial operation and also be conscious of, you know, being part of the low carbon transition and what that means for them. So yeah, fantastic insight, and I'm sure we'll ask you a few more questions about that. Just to say we've got about sort of 10 or so minutes now for a bit of Q&A. We had a few questions come through. First question for Simon, but I think Nick might have a few thoughts on this as well, and it was around data. And so I think maybe just to frame it as simply as possible, it's really sort of thinking about the modelling that you've been doing and thinking about what new data might be available since the modelling you did was a few years ago, and also where some of the data gaps may be. And you know, clearly, as we advance through the years, we get more and more wealth of data, and I know Nick was referring to it as a challenge as well. So there's kind of the data question, and just Simon, just to point and tie that into a question that we had as well from Zehal. He was fascinated by the 8 critical factors that would lead to a successful transition, and was thinking there'd be many relevant indicators. So so how did you come about sort of deciding or using particular indicators, and maybe the challenge of, you know, trying to use indicators which are fit for purpose and also have the data behind them. So yeah, a bit of a complex question perhaps, Simon, but yeah, over to you.
I think it's actually quite, quite straightforward in some ways. They're very related, and I think that the data quality is a huge issue in terms of understanding. But what we're seeing data coming through very quickly now. Things like smart meters, that sort of that level of detail now is becoming much more available. I'm working on a smart meter project right now, looking at researching that as well. So there's some interesting things around understanding the built environment better because we're monitoring it more. But also there's this problem with indicators, is communication. And one of the reasons we chose EPC, and that is it's this EPCs and the underlying model of it are fantastic at a stock level, but an individual building they're slightly less good. And that's the trouble with EPCs in general. I mean, if you buy a washing machine, it's A rated. If you use it in the wrong way, it's going to be not A rated. So the same with houses, if you use them in a way that's maybe not been modeled. What we need to be careful of is we need to be careful of how we communicate any of these indicators, whether or not we achieve them or not. And I think that's one of the reasons we picked something very simple as why it should be EPCA, is rather than going into great detail about what that means in terms of specific kind of specifications or any indicator in great detail, we have to leave flexibility for the communication to occur. And that's really, it's proved its weight in gold up to this point, because we can go and talk to a chief executive of a housing association, to somebody who's actually implementing the retrofits, and they understand what EPC means. And that's why an indicator is of that value. Doesn't mean we don't need to improve it. We do need to improve it. We improve it with better data. But the simple, and it is not simple because it's a complex problem, but the simple messages are very, 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 very important. Hopefully I've rambled on enough about that. And I'll pass over to Nick if he has anything to add to that, or David.
I fully echo the point on simplicity. I think the simpler we can make this for everybody, the easier it is, and the more people will go on the journey. So yeah, whether it's EPC, I think it's less about being, this is difficult sometimes, but I don't think it's so much about being hung up on the data accuracy to some extent. As an example, the business I'm part of, 98% of our carbon emissions come from the mileage we do. So I could worry about the other 2% of the data, which still has a part to play. But actually, if I just focus on mileage and how do we deal with mileage, actually, that will have the biggest impact I can possibly do. And I think there's a lot of things when broken down that the data doesn't need to be as complex or as complicated as it first appears. And I think if we can get businesses to that stage where they understand that first part of it and where these things sit, then you can bring in experts to go into the granular detail of what really needs to happen to take those next journeys to achieve the sort of 95% impacts you were talking about, Simon.
I think we found EPCs useful in the way of sort of prioritising. So whatever the flaws and the uses of the EPCs, we know that the F and the G rated buildings are the worst. Therefore, with the limited investment funds, start there.
Good place to start. Yeah, thank you. Good question through for Nick. So this is from Alan Munn. So it's a question for Nick. So Alan's saying, on his visits to manufacturing plants, I see many opportunities for improved energy efficiency. What do you see as the biggest barrier to making these simple improvements? And I think Nick, you were talking about those kind of steps on the journey. But yeah, perhaps if you could talk a bit about the barriers that some manufacturers see around sort of getting started around energy efficiency.
Sure. I think there's a question as well around the percentage of SMEs, just looking at the chat. So I'll answer that one as well first. So the percentage of SMEs typically, and this seems to be fairly common regardless of whether it's digital adoption or whether it's net zero, but it's around the 20% mark broadly of businesses that will sort of take up and sort of proactively go forward on adopting technologies, adopting these sorts of changes. I think what we're seeing then in terms of the barriers to that adoption, and the reason I mentioned that is that often the main driver for it is the business leader. what do they actually, what are their beliefs, what do they believe in, are they committed to doing this, rather than it being any other major factor. I think for some of those business leaders, the lack of clarity on what the financial return on investment is going to be from going through this is part of the problem, and therefore they're waiting for somebody else to go through it to answer that clarity before they're likely to start on that journey. But I think they're equally blind in many cases to simple things they can do. You know, switch the lights off is a starting point for 10, isn't it? It's really simple, but equally, there'll be people on this call that are far more knowledgeable on this than I am. But you know, the compressor systems, turning off, managing building management systems and things like that have huge impacts, as well as the types of energy contracts and things like that people are on. There are many opportunities there, but I think it does come down to the leadership of the business. Are they committed to doing this? And if they're committed to doing this, then they almost see the financial benefits because they've taken that leap of faith, rather than it being anything else that starts them on that journey.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, I think it's really interesting, isn't it? And there's almost, I think you were describing in your slides as well, there's almost an emerging, well, there is an emerging marketplace for low carbon technology and services, which we're likely to see this kind of new marketplace emerge, which companies will be making use of. Just looking at time, we haven't got loads of time left, unfortunately, for the panel, but one thing I really wanted to get everyone's input from Simon, Nick and David was this question around kind of inclusive transition. I think it's something that everyone's really mentioned. And so from, you know, fuel costs and business costs and the work I know that David, the City Council are doing with local energy groups as well. Perhaps you could just maybe start with David, make a few comments on yeah, how the work that you're doing, you're looking at trying to ensure it's an inclusive energy transition and that people aren't excluded and left behind.
Yeah, and that's absolutely critical. Energy transition, zero carbon delivery is not something you can do to people. And that's one of the things we recognise in Bristol quite an early stage. You've got to identify all the stakeholders. You know, if you're a small business barely surviving the pandemic, carbon neutrality is not going to be a high priority. What can we do to help? How can we support those sort of communities? If you're a household in fuel poverty, your energy bills are your most important priority, not where the energy came from. So it is absolutely critical to get you're going to have the people who can afford to do these things will be amongst the leaders in adopting it. It's how you bring the rest of the community along is the challenge.
Yeah, Nick, Simon, do you want to pick some?
Yeah, I just suppose it's about timing, because I think that's one of the things about inclusion. That, you know, one of the things we look at if you decarbonise, if you retrofit a home really well, do a lot of energy efficiency, do a lot of renewables, and then leave it on gas, and then go to electric, and then suddenly what will happen is you'll have this wonderful home, and then suddenly become more expensive. If you do it at the same time, then you know you can mask that transfer, and you know there's talk about transferring the levy from gas to electric. You know, that has to be done in a way that, you know, government will have to do that in a way that means that there's no fuel poverty, it's put into fuel poverty. So that will be a slow transition that will occur over many years. It cannot happen quickly because there's all these other issues. So I think that, you know, that inclusive conversation around, you know, how we do these transfers, you know, has to include a view on what that impact will be directly to the fuel pool particularly. And it may transfer quite a few people into the fuel pool if we don't take care.
Nick, do you have a comment from a kind of a business perspective on
that? I think it's the same challenge. I think that the businesses that aren't leading the way on this are likely to be the ones that follow, but they need to see what the benefits are from those that are leading the way. I think that there are some industries that are far more energy intensive than others, and I think what we we need to look at is how can we create an environment where those energy intensive industries have probably a different type of support than those that are slightly less energy intensive and have an easier way of dealing with it. And equally, those businesses that have to utilize a global supply chain because potentially raw materials are only ever mined in a certain location because of where the resources are available, how do we factor that in? And I think that there's parts, those are the sort of sticky questions that need to be answered and need to be made simple, I think, to try and ensure that we don't end up in a situation where businesses are feeling excluded as a result of this and or penalised because of the changes in pricing structures or sourcing for, or because of the physical geography of where they've got to get some of these raw materials from.
Yeah,
thanks, Nick.
Picking up on points I made there, at the moment we're trying to put in heat networks in Bristol. We're trying to use renewable power wherever we can, but electricity is way more expensive than gas, and we're trying to promote the use of renewable energy on the heat networks while competing with low-cost gas.
Yeah, we could enter into the conversation around carbon tax and things like that, but we'd be here for another hour.
Another hour at least, yeah.
We need to move on to the next panel. But thank you, Nick and Simon, for being part of the panel, and thank you for David for stepping in at the last minute as well. Really appreciate that. Yeah, there's a few more questions in the Q&A we haven't got to, unfortunately. If our panelists are around to stay on for a bit longer and wish to try and answer some of those, then I think they can do that through the Q&A section on Zoom here. And with that, I will be handing over to Vicky for our next panel.
Thanks, James. So hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Net Zero Policy and Management session. I'd like to thank you all for staying with us to the final session. I've got 3 speakers. Hope you're going to find them as enjoyable as you have all the previous speakers. And the first one I would like to introduce is Professor Richard Cochrane, who is an Associate Professor at University of Exeter, as well as being a Chartered Engineer and a Fellow of the Energy Institute. And he has a passion for renewable energy and engineering design. Over to you, Richard.
Great, thank you. Okay. Okay, hopefully that's come through all right and you can see that slide.
We can see the slide, but we can also see the beginning of slide 2.
Try again and share the right screen this time.
I always have that problem.
Yeah.
That's looking great, thanks.
Okay, thank you, sorry about that. Okay, so thank you for inviting us to speak today. As introduced, yeah, I'm Richard Cochrane, work for the University of Exeter with the Renewable Energy Group. We're based in our Cornwall campus down near Penryn, near Falmouth, where we've got a group working on a range of renewable energy technologies, including lots of work on marine side, the latest solar technologies, energy storage, looking at decarbonisation of heat, and supporting infrastructure like power electronics that connect your renewables to the grid. My background is more actually in industry, developing things like the Quiet Revolution wind turbine, product design for renewables, and then energy systems like hydropower but I've been with the University of Exeter for 8 years now. Plan for today was to talk about really the work we've done to support the declarations of climate emergencies. So back in 2019, Cornwall Council, then the University of Exeter, and even groups like my local parish council all declared a climate emergency. And I was planning just to run through some of the work we've done and what the outcomes of those different strategies have been for those different groups going forward. So first off, Cornwall Council, quite pioneering when they declared a climate emergency. I think one of the first regions to do that on that scale. And we kicked off trying to help them with running a number of workshops where we invited industry participants, some of whom I see are in the audience today, to come along and help support this strategy that the council were trying to develop, both linking the Cornwall Council, but also the Local Enterprise Partnership, the LEP, as well. So they were very keen to sort of gather industry views on the challenge and how far they should push this, try to get clarity on what targets was reasonable and when, and then what actions industry were suggesting from that. I felt the workshops were good. I suppose one of the challenges slightly was a disconnect in a sense with the team within the Cornwall Council who were then developing the scheme. And that was partly about staffing. So they were, we kicked off initially with some staff, but then new staff were brought in to deliver this various strategies related to the climate emergency and hadn't been able to join those workshops. So there was a little bit of a disconnect there, unfortunately. What's emerged has been sort of three things that the council are really trying to highlight. First project was the Forest for Cornwall, and then a whole house retrofit project, and then a planning document related to the climate emergency. So the Forest for Cornwall has actually made good progress already, 149,000 trees planted so far. Nice schemes like sort of free landmark trees, more established trees for communities to sort of highlight particular activities. They've then been doing work to support further tree planting, so helping with grants and linking up with existing schemes like the Woodland Trust. So the council then supporting applications for the Woodland Trust to see more woodland planting out. And then a number of events to try and promote the scheme, encourage more people to think about areas that could be turned into forests or woodland, creating nature pathways, linking bits of woodland, those sort of things. Then the whole house retrofit is great. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of Cornwall's housing really is not the greatest quality. And we do have all those solutions. We can insulate, improve the insulation of the walls, replace double glazing, insulate the lofts, those sort of things. So this is a scheme supported by BEIS, generally existing technologies. Good to see things like ground source heating in there because Cornwall is often not connected to the gas grid. So it makes even more sense there than elsewhere to do that. Houses heated by oil and other things like that. So initially, just looking at 83 homes that are owned by Cornwall Council, but then I think their progress on this, they were saying, has been delayed a bit by COVID, unfortunately. Then the Climate Emergency Development Plan has highlighted a number of different activities or possible activities. So this map is highlighting areas that are viewed as being suitable for wind, onshore wind development. And then the pink crosses are areas where there's grid capacity to connect those wind turbines up. So sort of things like mapping to try and encourage development in certain areas like that. List also there looking at things like sustainable transport, mitigating the damage, coastal flooding, those sort of things, as well as reducing energy consumption with industry or in the agricultural sector. So these three areas that Cornwall Council have done, doing bits like this was a wind farm that Cornwall Council put in themselves, so a 2 megawatt wind turbine. And this was a group and our students were able to go and see the construction work. So fascinating for them to see the work at that stage. But this is, again, Cornwall Council trying to address their own carbon footprint going forward. And then they've done work like supporting things like the geothermal schemes, so United Downs, the drilling there, the deep geothermal, and then the Eden project going forward. So great to see these different schemes going forward and progress on those different areas. So in parallel, we've had the declaration at the University of Exeter. So we had a working group, again, trying to look at what was achievable, what was reasonable. And I suppose in summary, three sort of key areas, looking at getting our own house in order. So the estates team working on energy efficiency, reducing how much gas we're using for heating our buildings, retrofitting PV on a lot of the rooftops, those sorts of things. Then looking at research to focus on areas that could link to sustainability that could do that. And then teaching, how can we extend the impact for our students in understanding the impact and the solutions for climate change going forward. So yeah, aim to be, in terms of scope 1 and 2 emissions, net zero by 2030, and then scope 3, more of a challenge, by 2050 going forward. And they're keen to, yeah, as they say, to be a leader within the sector, so really push the environmental side going forward. And sorry, just mindful of time. So then locally, our parish council, when I pushed it, declared a climate emergency, and we then set up a local group that actually links a number of parishes that also declared a climate emergency. So trying to coordinate activities there. So we've been moving forward with a community and energy scheme, doing a lot of tree planting ourselves, and then trying to develop things like electric vehicles in the region going forward. So the energy scheme is looking at, has a few challenges. We're in an AONB. The neighbourhood plan largely blocks wind farms, wind turbines or solar farms going forward. But we're looking at the local generation tariff as a way of making this economically viable. So this is the area covered by our local substation. And we were looking at opportunities like this. This particular agricultural barn could hold about 300 kilowatts of PV. So with a number of these that we are trying to link together, as well as some existing arrays, this 250 kilowatt array. And then using schemes like the local generation tariff to make it economically viable, because the capital cost of building retrofit is more expensive. And the other thing we're looking at, yeah, I mentioned, is trying to do a demonstration of a rural car share scheme. So far, they've all been sort of city-based. So we're hoping to move forward with this, encourage the use of electric vehicles going forward. So sorry, whistle stop tour. I hope that was not too far over time, and happy to answer questions later on. Thank you.
That was great, Richard, and perfectly on time. Thank you. Really great to see how some of the big city ideas can get transported into a more rural environment, and we'll welcome you back for questions very shortly. Now, if we could move to Dr. Walter Pettinga, who is Professor of Environmental Psychology at Cardiff University and Associate Director of the Centre for Climate Change and Social Transformations. And his research comprises human-environment interactions with a specific focus on environmental risk perceptions and sustainable lifestyles and behaviour.
Okay, I'll start sharing my screen. And I assume you can see that now. If not, please let me know. But thanks very much.
That's coming through clearly. Thank you.
Excellent. So thanks very much, Vicky. So what I'd like to do in this presentation is talk to you about public perceptions and engagement with climate change and low carbon transformations. Basically, what I'm trying to do is to promote our relatively recent Centre on Climate Change and Social Transformations. And the important part of the name is the social transformations bit. Yeah, so the idea of the centre is that for effective climate change mitigation, we don't only need technology, but also need, social transformations in order to achieve net carbon. Now, in terms of the background, you will be all familiar with that, but it's about climate change being the most, the biggest environmental threat the world is currently facing. And then we all are aware that we need fundamental shifts in the way we use and produce energy. Now, there's different targets for that. You can mention the Paris Agreement, but the most important one today is, of course, the net zero amendment, trying to completely decarbonize or to reach 100% net greenhouse gas emissions reductions by 2050. Now, what we would argue as the centre, and probably also others, is that public perceptions and engagement with climate change is absolutely critical to achieve those net zero targets. And the idea is that, well, it's both on the supply side and the demand side, in the sense that on the supply side, we know that there can be community opposition to new developments. So, for example, wind farms, onshore or offshore. but also, for example, low traffic neighborhoods. So you can see that there's quite a bit of opposition from certain parts. Now that then can lead to delays and cancellations. But also on the demand side, in order to change, people need to be aware of the urgency of the situation. Otherwise people are unlikely to change their behavior. But it's also about the interaction between the public and politicians, because politicians, they look at the electorate, and if they don't think that their electorate are that engaged with the topic, maybe they're not taking action that is needed either. Now, in terms of the Climate Change Center, so what we're trying to do is to research the social transformations that are needed to achieve a sustainable low carbon society. And in particular, we're interested in how as a society we can live differently and better to achieve that. And so it's not only about emission reductions, but it's also about making it a just and acceptable, transformation, and to make it, basically a better world. Now, as part of that, we're looking at 4 areas, and we call them challenging areas because it's been quite difficult to make changes there. And it's to do with, what we eat. It's about, how we heat our homes, as we've seen earlier on, but it's also about mobility, so the way we travel, and what we consume. And then as a center, we're interested in the role of values, co-benefits, and rates of change. Now, the idea is that, unless we address, all these different areas, it's very challenging to reach those net zero targets. Now, it's very important to mention that the CAR Center is not a behavior change center. So a lot of people think that, I'm a psychologist, I do research on behavior change, but it's much more than that. It's not only about citizen and consumer actions, but it is about people. Yeah, people, they make change. And that can be on the individual level, that can be at the community level, but also in terms of organizations, cities, and at the national level. Yeah, so we can be citizens, we can be consumers, but we're also like Mike Drakeford, he is a politician and he is an individual who has a certain role to play. So we're interested in those different levels, those different contexts, and those different roles, and then also in terms of direct and indirect emissions. Now, as part of the center, we often conduct public perception surveys like the ones shown here. Well, what that shows is that concern about climate change is increasing, and quite rapidly in the last few years. Now, concern, for example, was only 1 in 4, in 2016, so 5 years ago, and now it's closer to 2 out of 5, and even now, as we speak, it's probably even higher. And that is led by, what we see in the media with wildfires and floodings, etc. But also is about our own experiences with changes in the weather. And as you see here on the right-hand side, you can see that more and more people think that we are already feeling the effects of climate change, which of course is in line with the IPCC report that was published last week. So we're not moving towards climate change, we're already living it effectively. Now, what this slide shows, and this is again to do with those 4 areas we're interested in as part of the CAR Center, is that people are aware that changes need to be made in terms of household energy use. And they're also aware that changes need to be made in the way we travel. And also to some extent, there's awareness that changes need to be made in terms of how much we consume. Yeah, because also about emissions associated with that. Now, that is generally good news. But it's important again to say this is not about behavioral intentions, right? It's more about awareness of the different areas where change needs to be made. And then changing behavior is actually quite a difficult thing to do. Now, the only area which is here at the bottom, you can see that in terms of diet, there's less awareness that probably something needs to be done there. Now, also in terms of, what people consider the most impactful actions, you can see that most people, they think that, we need to minimize air travel, we need to reduce energy use at home, and we need to walk and cycle. Now, these are typical environmental behaviors. These are things people think about, when they think about climate relevant actions. And of course, they are quite impactful. Yeah, but I would like to draw your attention to those bottom two, eating less red meat and reducing our consumption. Now, people choose them far less often, and people don't really consider them as climate relevant. Yeah, and that's to do with, whether we can see the emissions or not associated with what we do. Yeah, when we drive, we know it takes petrol. When we fly, we know it takes, kerosene, and household energy use. Well, we feel it as well in terms of the cost for electricity and gas. But where you have these embedded emissions, people find it far more difficult to make that connection. Whereas these are just as important as the ones that I mentioned before. Now, so what can we conclude from this? Now, the general public, at least here in the UK, they are on board. They consider it an urgent issue, and it's actually quite a top concern in relation to other aspects. So even if you're looking at COVID-19 or the economy, climate change can compete with them. Yeah, so people are very concerned, and it's still increasing as we speak. Now, people, they do support efforts in terms of, air travel, household energy use and stuff like that. But where it's to do with consumption, people are far more reluctant. Yeah, so even with their own lifestyle changes, people are willing to consider, changes to diet, transport, and heating, but that's something different than actual behavior change. Yeah, behavior change is incredibly difficult. Yeah, but it is something that needs to be done as part of reaching net zero. Now, there is an underestimation of the role of greenhouse gas emissions with consumption in general, whether it's for food or materials or anything like that. So where you have embedded emissions, that is less recognized, and far more work needs to be done. And that's it for me today. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the discussion later on as well.
Thanks, Walter. That's given us a really new look on this and a real focus on the people, which is so important to us getting any changes. So thank you very much, and we'll look forward to you joining us very shortly in the discussion. Our next speaker is Madeleine Greenhalgh, and she's Policy and Advocacy Manager and ESN Policy Lead with Regen. And they're on the front line of transforming the world's energy systems for a zero carbon future. So over to you, Madeleine.
Great, thanks, Vicky. Let me share my slides. Does that all look okay?
It's just coming through on my screen. I'm afraid my screen does tend to be a second or two behind everybody else's.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure my internet is fantastic, so do give me a shout if I end up freezing. I'm frozen on the screen at the moment, so.
Yeah, you're there. Yeah, your slide has just come through on my screen, so I think our hamsters went a little bit faster there on the wheel and got the electricity running. Thanks very much.
It is windy today in rural Devon, so obviously that means my internet isn't very good, of course. But yeah, thanks for having me. Give me a shout if it gets worse and you can't hear me properly. So my name is Madeleine Greenhalgh, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager at Regen. So if you've not heard of Regen, we're based in the southwest in Exeter. We have a broad mission. We're a not-for-profit with a broad mission to decarbonise the energy system. So that covers a huge range of things. So as a policy and advocacy manager, I sort of look at the policies that are coming out of government and understand what effect they have on net zero and on decarbonisation of the energy system, and then try and influence that back up as well and make sure that they are working in a way that works for us in the energy sector. So we're looking at across sort of deployment of renewables, and how networks are functioning, how we make a flexible energy system, decarbonisation of heat and transport, and how we do that at a national level, but also kind of how local authorities and community energy groups can help deliver that locally. So within all of that, it's a lot of stuff. I was hoping today to just go through some of those national policies, so what they mean for energy and energy decarbonisation, what sort of things we're seeing coming out at the moment, what some of those mean at a local level, with a particular focus on heat. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how heat decarbonisation needs to be delivered at a local level, and some good examples of where we're seeing that done in the southwest. We've already seen a few today, thanks to Richard for some of his presentations, some really great examples of how we're seeing that happening in the southwest. I think my slide transitions might be a bit slow. There we go. That's good. Okay, so I'm not going to talk through everything on this slide because we're here forever, but I hope this gives you an example of an idea of the breadth of policy that is coming out of government. There are many more than these as well. Just the amount of policy that is coming out that's influencing energy decarbonisation. So without going into any particular details, what I would say is a general trend that we're seeing from the government is lots of great ambition, lots of really lovely design documents that look very nice, but don't say a great deal. So the 10-point plan you'll have seen last year, energy white paper, the hydrogen strategy, which came out today, if you want to check, talk, not a lot of action. So we're waiting now for delivery patterns. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we're waiting to see. Some of the key ones within that will be things like the net zero review. So how all of those delivery and action plans will be funded. You'll have seen quite a lot in the press about Treasury kind of being a little bit on the fence about how to fund this. So we really, really need that ahead of COP26 in November. So what does that mean for heat? Well, some of these that I've put into, what does that mean for local delivery, and particularly what does that mean for heat is what I wanted to talk through here. And I've highlighted in pink some of these particular areas. So obviously things like the heat and building strategy, we're really hoping that that will be coming out in the next few months. Really, really important delivery plan for heat in particular. But for local areas, what does that mean? Well, we need to see within that strategy that funding for the local area, actors are going to make those particular decisions on how they're going to decarbonise heat and buildings in their area. So the net zero review there, again in pink, will be vital for that, to provide that funding and making sure that local authorities have that money to be able to deliver this stuff at a local level. But that's kind of the key one that we're waiting for. Other things we've already seen, things like the future home standard. So that's looking at how our new homes will be built to a decarbonisation standard. We're looking to 2025 for that to come in. Really, really important for local areas in terms of their planning and how they plan ahead for new builds and what sort of standards they have. And the national planning statement as well, I put in a slightly different pink there, is still very important. But that will hopefully set some rules for decarbonisation that's hoping to be reformed, I think. And again, really, really important for local areas as they're looking at national policy. How do they implement that locally? What does that mean for their planning going forward? So just to dive into heat a little bit here again. So what sort of role do local actors have to play in that decarbonisation? What kind of things do local authorities, organisations within the community need to be considering? There are four sort of things that I wanted to cover here, talking about planning. So when I talk about planning, I mean planning in terms of looking ahead and having that delivery and action plan for the future, but also actual planning of planning for building and things like that. So that means both of those things. I think local authorities and local actors really need to look at how planning ahead, how they're going to meet sort of the national policy targets, net zero 2050, or even sooner if we look at those ambitious climate emergency declarations. And particularly for heat, what does that mean for their local area? Everyone's buildings, as Richard pointed out earlier, buildings are different in different areas. You know, rural communities will need something very different to cities, for example. So looking at what will work in that local area and understanding how they're going to implement that. And being able to work with others in the community to meet those targets. But on the planning side, for actual planning rules and planning enforcement, making sure that their local planning rules are ready for decarbonisation and that the enforcement of those decarbonisation takes priority within those planning decisions. And then looking over to communities. So this is more getting into community stuff rather than necessarily the local authority delivering that from a top-down sense. And I mean, this is really, really important for heat delivery because heat is such a personal thing. We've talked a little bit about that already today. But heat is going to affect people in a way that that decarbonisation of the energy system hasn't so far. You know, this is talking about going into people's homes and changing how they heat their homes. It's such a personal thing. So community is really important here. We need to be able to understand how those, what those concerns are and how they can be addressed, and using community organisations and trusted parties to be able to deliver some of that stuff. So community energy, I'm going to go into that in one of my case studies a bit later, will have a really important role to play in delivering some of this heat decarbonisation, but also looking at trusted parties as well. You know, local authorities, community organisations, local organisations are more trusted by people in their communities. So instead of having someone you don't know coming into your home and telling you that you need to change this, having that delivered by local trusted parties is going to be much more successful. And then looking at the local economy, so we know that heat decarbonisation or heat, in fact, in general, and energy efficiency is delivered through really local small companies, often just a man in a van. I do mean a man mostly going around looking at changing people's boilers and fixing boilers and things like that. So there's a real opportunity here to stimulate the local economy. So local actors, I think, have a real role here to use their planning and their policy to look ahead and say, well, okay, how can we use local businesses here to deliver some of this stuff? How can we persuade local people in the community to make sure they're using those local businesses to deliver that heat decarbonisation? So a real opportunity there for the local economy. And last but definitely by no means least, funding are really, really important. And this is where we really need that national top-down support and agreement and policy looking to the future and how that's going to be funded. But locally, that should be delivered by local actors. And we know that's delivered better, but in a local way. If you look at the Green Homes Grant, which has been widely derided as a poorly delivered programme, it was actually the local authority side of that works really, really well. And the local authorities got funding to deliver the Green Homes Grant for vulnerable customers. So that works really well in that sense. So there's a real opportunity there for local authorities and local actors, and particularly community energy organisations, to deliver that funding, particularly for vulnerable customers, where they have that understanding of how vulnerable vulnerable people in their homes will need heat decarbonisation, and where that funding needs to go to help them. So local authorities and local actors will really have a big role to play there. So just to give you a few examples of where that's happening really well in the Southwest, I think you've probably already talked about heat networks and Bristol City Council on earlier, but there's a really great example of the heat networks in Bristol. You'll probably have seen many of these going in Bristol, some quite big works going on at the moment, but a really great example of a very localised plan for heat delivery and heat decarbonisation. The Zero Energy Buildings Catalyst in Devon, so that's something that Regen supported Devon County Council to deliver. So this actually went into homes and did a whole house retrofit with the Energiesprong approach, if you've heard of Energiesprong. So that was delivering an energy efficient home, retrofitting a home, and actually also training businesses to be able to do that as well. So people who deliver insulation at the moment and energy efficiency measures, training them to deliver that on a whole house retrofit scale and getting those businesses ready for decarbonisation. And last, but definitely by no means least, community energy. I've picked out Plymouth Energy Community here, but actually across the Southwest and nationally as well, but particularly in the Southwest has really been the home and the birth of community energy. Some fantastic work going on across many, many groups and a community energy scale. And community energy has really moved on from just putting solar panels on people's houses or on school roofs. They're actually doing several things now, tackling fuel poverty, giving out energy advice, and actually going in and installing energy efficiency and heat installations and decarbonised heat installations as well. So this example here of Plymouth Energy Community got money from Interreg, the European funding, to go into people's homes and give them advice on energy efficiency saving measures as well. So just a real whistle-stop tour of how heat policy in particular can be delivered locally and how that's really being influenced by the national level. What I would say is that I think that shows we have the capability to deliver locally right now. We can do this, we can get started, but we really need that national policy, that direction and funding to make sure we can actually get started and meet those net zero targets. I'll stop there. Thanks, Vicky.
Thanks, Madeline. There's a really positive view on where we need to be going with heat and ways we can get started. So thank you very much. If I could ask all of the panelists to open their videos, please, it'd be great to see you all. And we have a couple of questions. First one was specifically for Richard, but I think actually in a wider context, it's probably suitable for everyone. So Richard, you're going to get first crack and then I'll spread it around. And the specific question is, what advice would you give to anyone trying to get their local parish council to take action on climate change in a rural area? But for Madeline and Walter, I think we'll just widen it up a little bit to how we actually get action from where we are. So first for you, Richard, in relation to specifically the parish council, please.
Okay. Yes, I'm on the local parish council, and it was great we got a lot of support in terms of the principle of declaring a climate emergency. But even so, it's been quite a struggle actually really moving some of these schemes forward. It is more of a challenge than I anticipated, really, particularly on the back of the first sort of engagement that we had. So they all agree with the principles of it, but when it actually comes to putting a bit of money across or something, it's proved harder.
So there's a lot of enthusiasm, but when people are actually asked to put their hands in their pocket, that's when it gets, and I guess possibly on a council basis, there's priorities to balance, you know, that they're saying, well, where does this money come from?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been very supportive of the principles of sort of supporting an application for external funding, say, and happy to be the vehicle that is sort of existing bank account or structure for that. So that's been a positive route forward. That certainly helped. They've been happy to do things related to sort of, we need a survey for the car sharing scheme. So promoting that, getting lots of people to fill that in. So engaging in that way, putting time in that sense. The other parish councillors have been happy to do that. Some of our neighbouring parishes have been quite good at putting in small bits of money for this. So there's part of the environmental side is reducing plastic waste and putting in water refill stations. And that's actually gone quite well locally with the other parishes all putting in taps or other things. So simple little things like that have been quite good.
Great, thank you. Oh, sorry, you got a bit more?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, we'll go with Walter now.
Yeah, I'm not really an expert on community action, but you know, standard answer from me is that you do need engagement, you know, from the community, although we'll specify that a little bit more later on. So you can see that there can be quite a bit of opposition when it's done from a top-down perspective, because then it feels imposed on the community. Whereas if you engage and you get the local communities think with solutions, you know, you have far more support from the beginning. Also a note of caution in the sense that, you know, while I think that engagement is good, often discussions, they are dominated by a focal minority, and that can actually thwart progress in this area. And low traffic neighborhoods is actually quite a good example there, is that you have a very focal, you know, anti-LTN group who are well organized, which then actually goes against what public opinion says within that community.
I think I've seen some examples of that locally where maybe it's a difference between engagement and consultation, but the local wind project sort of arrives with all its posters and its nice little model in the community centre, and that's more of a here's what we want to do, go on, say yes, rather than actually having that early engagement, isn't it? Thanks. Madeline, do you want to talk to that topic for a minute?
Yeah, I would just follow on from Walter's point there and just say that I think parish councils, it can be very difficult especially when they're really small. My parish council, I live in a tiny little village in Devon. They have no money. They've got very, very little to work with. It's a huge challenge to think, well, we're not just going to suddenly like put electric charge points in the village because we haven't got the money to do that. They don't even have the resource to apply for funding to do that. You know, they're tiny. So there is an element of looking at what is realistic, what can those councils do? What I would say is in my particular area, the council have a really, really good understanding of the local area and how it works. And just following on from Walter's point about engagement there, I think there's something that parish councils can and should do to be, if they are engaged with the climate emergency. I should say there was a comment in the chat about the parish council not being engaged and the community being engaged. So that's a slightly different challenge. But if you've managed to persuade your council that there is action that can be taken, getting them to go out into the community and understand. So for example, like go back to heat decarbonisation, what sort of building stock is there in that area? What challenges will people have to decarbonising heat? You know, I live in a cob thatch cottage, it's going to be really, really difficult to decarbonise my heating. So understand, getting that really local knowledge of how those changes will affect people, and then informing people about the options available. They might not be able to have the money to do those changes themselves, but I think it's using those trusted local people to go out and start that engagement. I mean, if we're waiting for national policy, which we are, you know, that could be a while. Let's get started in our communities now and get people engaged and thinking about this stuff, at least, even if that money to do it is still a bit further down the line.
Thanks. And Madeline, there's been a question directed specifically at you, and it's, do you think that public consultation should be excluded from planning applications for projects that involve decarbonising the economy, just so we can speed up this process and when we're trying to get things done in short timescales?
I can see the temptation to do that, but I would really, really guard against that. It's something that I work on quite a lot, is just transition and making sure that everyone is moving in the same direction here. It would be very tempting to just take all these technological solutions and impose them on people. But I would keep coming back to heat, but transport is another example of a really personal shift for people. You are, as Wouter pointed out very clearly, you are not going to get people to change if you just impose that change on them, because there are certain actions that we as individuals need to take and need to move with. So I think just removing that from any planning consideration, removing any of that community engagement, it might work in the short term, but in the long term, you're just going to get a lot of pushback from people who don't want it. So I think that I would say the opposite. We need to increase that public engagement through those planning consultations. As you said, Vicky, make sure those developers are really engaged from the start, not just telling you that this is what change they're going to be making in your community and asking you to say yes or no, because the likelihood is someone will just say no because they don't understand it and they haven't been involved in the community benefit and understanding how that's going to affect their community.
I think there's also an element of the sort of like the shopping rating thing here, which is if things are going reasonably well and you're reasonably happy, you probably don't make the effort to go to the community centre to say, yes, I'm looking forward to this. Whereas if you're dead set against it, you'll make that trip, won't you? And that comes back to what you were saying about the vocal minorities, Walter. Richard, there was another one specifically for you, and it was, can you say something about the work by Exeter University to calculate the carbon footprint of UK parishes?
Yeah, so this is a tool that's developed by colleagues to really try and help everybody understand the carbon footprint and I suppose disseminate information about what our carbon footprints are. So try and make it accessible, easily, a web-based tool that's very easy for people to follow and get an idea about their carbon footprints going forward.
So this is kind of linking back to the last session where we were saying, you know, the accuracy to the nth decimal point isn't necessarily what we need, but just giving people enough guidance that they know where to go, you know, what directions, what steps, what are the initial steps to take. And I think that's going to come back to what you were saying, Walter, about how people tend to underestimate some of the things in their life, you know, particularly the diet and the random purchases from Amazon, which I guess many of us are guilty of. You know, that these things all add up.
But that is important, because, you know, we're still talking about, you know, switching off lights and things like that. And again, you know, every little thing helps, right? But, you know, we're not going to get to net zero with switching off lights only. We need to do much more than that. And also in terms of housing, we're always talking about housing. It's a very important and a very large part. We're talking about mobility. It's a very large part, and change is needed in that area. But in terms of consumption, that is by far the greatest contributor. So if we don't, you know, address that, we will not get to net zero. And the problem there is that, you know, you have this whole supply chain, as we've seen in the last session. You know, there's emissions there as well. We've exported lots of them. We don't see them. We don't care about them. And you know, it's not on the radar. You know, not at the public, but also policymakers. They don't look at that really.
Yeah, and I've seen the impact that actually if we counted our imported products and we actually put that into our country's carbon footprint, how much impact that would make. I mean, in the UK, it'd be significant. In some countries, it practically doubles because they are so dependent on imports, you know, for their economy and for supplying their people. So just got a comment here, you know, that basically people need to understand the need for a paradigm shift from carbon intensive energy to low carbon energy, not just energy reduction, good though that is. And I think that's probably something we can all agree on.
Could I respond to that? But I do agree with that, but it's also the other way around, right? It's not only about energy efficiency, it's not only about low carbon energy, it's also changing our consumption. So it's both, not either or.
In fact, it's all, you know, it's both of those plus, you know, think of the resources. It's the physical things that we don't necessarily think of as having a tailpipe and emissions, but down the supply chain they actually do. So just one other thing, you know, we've covered some quite diverse aspects here, which I think has been really interesting, and you know, sort of getting these different views. Do you think there's any other areas of energy policy that particularly need local attention, apart from the ones that we've spoken about in this session, just in case there was anything else you might like to raise the profile of, but maybe you thought, oh, I don't have time in 10 minutes. Madeline, you've just unmuted, so I'm guessing you've got something to say.
Yeah, I think transport is something that it's very akin to heating, that it's such a regionally focused thing. It will differ from region to region, and particularly, you know, we're in the southwest. I live in Devon. Cornwall will be the same. It's got a very, very different focus than somewhere like Bristol, for example. We'll need very, very different things. You know, that rural element means that transport decarbonisation will need quite a lot of different local solutions. So I think, yeah, but we saw the transport decarbonisation plan come out lately. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to read the masses of documents that came out around that, but some of the things we were really pleased to see is that it actually had quite a lot of local elements to it, and there was an understanding there that this will need to be shaped at a local level, and that local authorities in particular will need a lot of support in order to do that. I think there was a lot of support there, maybe not so much funding, but okay, we'll wait for the Treasury to see if they'll give us any of that, but lots of local support to help local authorities understand how they can put decarbonisation plans in place for transport. I think just coming back to, again, this idea of the just transition though as well, like particularly in Devon and Cornwall, like it will be hard to just do this through electric vehicles. I mean, but it could be possible, but that's not going to work for people who can't afford an electric car. I can't afford an electric car at the moment, and you know, there will be lots of people that can't for quite some time yet. So what are the solutions that local authorities need to put in place that mean that people who are on the lower income end of the scale can still take action to decarbonise and are still able to do that? I would just shout public transport really loudly and then catch the one bus that goes through my village every week. So there's stuff that we really need to think about here from that local, understanding the challenges that are faced. You know, I think there's something that there's a lot of work being done on that, I should say, but yeah, we could be doing more, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. You know, to talk about, you know, sort of public transport. I know someone who can't work on Thursdays because there is no bus service on Thursdays, and her child still has to get to school somehow. So, a very important point you made there about public transport. Richard, you looked like you wanted to jump in there.
I was just going to agree. I mean, I think transport was the area I was going to suggest. And I think we do need some innovation there. I mean, the council here are very keen to keep public transport running, quite rightly. But we very regularly get these double-decker buses coming down a very rural part with nobody on them. So some innovation where they had a call system where you turn up at the bus stop and press a button and a little minibus comes out rather than this great big double-decker bus, could actually improve the service as well as reduce the carbon footprint. I think we need some innovation in these areas to address this going forward.
Thanks. And we just had a little comment on the chat there about the electric cars, just pointing out that good quality second-hand electric cars are getting into the market. So hopefully they will be more accessible soon. Walter, any last comments from you? We'll round up the session.
Well, interestingly enough, I would also say, mobility and the key here, what Madeleine said before, it is about local knowledge. People know what kind of barriers they're facing, and they're completely different. There's the urban, there's the rural divide, but even between cities, there's big differences in terms of Bristol or Cardiff, whereas Cardiff is flat and quite easy to cycle. Well, Bristol is far more difficult in terms of, active travel in that sense. And that is just one example, but each context is different, and we need to make sure that measures fit with that context.
Great. Well, I just want to thank you. My three panelists have been excellent. So thank you to Madeleine, Richard and Walter. I've really enjoyed your presentations and your contribution to the discussion. So thank you so much for your time today.